Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell. It's an actual play, but not just any actual play, a very special actual play, a rescue mission. This mission has had a whole lot going into it. It was sparked originally by a mission that went south some while back, which ended up with one character dying and another being captured. And on this mission, this squad is going back to that original setting to try to rescue the captured Enclave agent. And a little more besides. But before we dive into that, let us hear about our players. Fire away, my friends. Tell us a little bit about yourselves, and then we're going to go back through the order to hear about your characters.
So my name is David Torres, aka Detour.
I am Alex, a bit of a veteran player, but also known as Captain.
My name's Elliot. I go by Jallorn on everything, or as we were discussing before this call, Jallorn.
Indeed. Lovely. And now that we have your names, give us a little bit about who you will be playing today.
So I'll be playing Dusk, who is a pretty fresh character. He's an infiltrator, so a specialist in getting into places. So I think that'll be useful for rescuing Avanya.
Marvelous. And next?
I am playing Lewyck, 17-year-old that is a very tall and imposing figure. He's Spain, and he comes from a land of great beasts and medieval knights, and was born himself from some cursed bestial magic.
And lastly,
I'll be playing Rionnal, a demigod thunderbird, son of the summer wind, also known as Rionnal, the winter storm.
marvelous. And here is the mission statement that I gave to these players at this point some months back. So it's a statement that was known in advance. Rosold is an awful place whose downtrodden populace have for centuries been subject to the cardinal banes. These demonic creatures come in many shapes and sizes, but are invariably malignant and corrupting, delighting in the suffering of their human chattel and doing with them as they wish. Recently, an Enclave squad was deployed to a small town in Rosold to rescue them from their local governor, a Bane-aligned human known as a Zyle, named Dirabella. She had for years been, less awful than average, but her recent terraforming experiments has put the town's food supply at risk. The squad was deployed to force her to stop without killing her or driving her away completely, lest a much worse governor take her place. The mission ended with the death of one agent, Goroth, and the imprisonment and brainwashing of the other, Avanya, who now serves as Dirabella's protege. The goal is to rescue Avanya and snap her out of the mental corruption that has taken hold of her. If at all possible, also recover Goroth's axe as a memento to his people to honor his sacrifice in the field. Try to do all of this, again, without killing or permanently driving off Dirabella, though she may be attacked and harmed and her minions treated with impunity. With that said, there is another piece to this puzzle. But before that, since we have her in the call, Mary, could you tell us a little bit about Avanya, just briefly?
I wasn't very ready. Hello. Avanya is a 15-year-old girl from a planet far away. She is kind of a mad scientist character. Oh gosh, I wasn't prepared to do this. She's a mad scientist character. She's very bubbly. She gets very distracted very easily by little things that are kind of creepy, but she finds cute and interesting. I don't know if there's any. She has a Russian accent that is the only accent I can do, which is fun. I don't know if I'm missing anything else. Is there anything else important,
That's
Robbie,
totally
that you think I should mention?
Context. I just wanted to let people know who is being rescued at this moment. Thank you, Mary. That's all I needed.
Of course. Good night.
It turned out that Avanya was quite easily entranced by these strange kind of diabolical laboratory experiments happening here. And that was the hook that the Banes needed to begin corrupting her. Last piece to this puzzle is just yesterday, our fantastic conduit, Julian, hosted a mission called the Spectral Torch, or at least pertaining to the Spectral Torch. This artifact has been recovered as specifically to help facilitate the mission you all are on. The mission was a success, and as such, you will be sent on to the mission with this powerful artifact at your side for use in desperate situations. The spectral torch looks like a regular hangable lantern, though a little bit elaborate, and if you get close enough, you can make out what look like tiny circuits traced into the metal and glass surfaces. The flame within the spectral torch causes, quote-unquote, the brain to eat itself, which is experienced as a full-body burning sensation. Should the glass be broken, everything within multiple miles will be steadily engulfed by the awful power of the torch. However, on the mission it was recovered, a modification was made to its power such that those with an Enclave badge are slightly protected from it. And I do emphasize slightly, as in not fully. Once the lantern is broken, it will try to reconstruct itself to contain the flame again, but not before likely everything with, again, multiple miles radius has been wiped out in full. If you guys will be able to, one of you may take this artifact onto the mission with you. You must choose amongst yourselves who bears it. But if you bring it onto the mission, you must bring it back as part of the mission's parameters. It is highly suggested you bring this as a backup option, especially for purposes of evacuation or hostage negotiation. Questions based on the mission statement and this new edition of the Spectral Torch?
Just to clarify here, so I got this. So the torch burns someone's mind, but if you break it, is it a real fire that engulfs everything, or does it just break the mind?
It has no effect until it is broken. Once it is broken, a fire of the mind will hit everything with a mind in a large radius. This is only experienced as fire, or felt as fire.
Okay.
Other questions?
Well, the original mission was about stopping us terraforming or something
Stopping
to the environment around.
Operation.
Where did that end up?
So, that's a great question. Dirabella, the name of the local Bane-affiliated governor, has, from her masters, received recent substantial additional funding because of her acquisition of Avanya. As such, the terraforming operations have been redirected, now less focused on obliterating the land and more focused on augmenting her own personal dwelling. You guys will be porting into a construction zone.
Okay.
Of note, this is actually a great point to bring up. This mission is going to be operating on a very tight time frame. You will be porting in as a new shipment is arriving, meaning that the whole build site will be in a state of flux. It will be loud, it will be busy in certain parts and very clear in others. And also things, I say people, Banes, will be going in and out and about, giving a good cover for infiltration as well as good cover for chaos should you need to cause it without having every Bane in a 10-mile radius converge on your location immediately.
What's the local technology level?
Local technology of Rosold is distinctly medieval. However, the Banes, particularly this Bane, because there are many great cardinal Banes that each preside over different domains, has a very technology-heavy focus. As such, you could see its technology as, in some ways, being medieval or pre-medieval, and in other ways as being approaching modern. So a wide range of tech levels, though in the realm of, for example, building, you can assume more on the modern side. In terms of weapons, kind of a mixed bag. Other questions?
You said there's a tight timeline here, but do we know what the time pressure is exactly?
The longer you take, the more organized the camp will become. As such, the longer you take, the more resistance you will face when you are eventually encountered.
The more dangerous it becomes, yeah.
Yep.
Do we have any information about where Gortash's axe might be?
Goroth's axe is not known the location of. It was known last that he plunged it into the face of a giant bane, but where that bane is not known. It is just known that the axe is on location. Oh, almost forgot. You have one more item to bring with you that only one of you can hold, which is Avanya's Enclave badge. I've note she will not be able to ping off the mission until she accepts the badge willingly. Final questions before we get to assembly.
I got nothing.
Beautiful. In that case, brought together in a beautiful Enclave meeting chamber. Perfectly decorated, contains everything you need, but only ever in shades of gray. Normally I like to have people enter piecemeal. This time, you all are brought together at the exact same time. In the middle of the meeting room, you have two items. One, you have the badge, and two, you have the spectral torch. Both are placed in positions of prominence at the center of the meeting room. And the torch in particular would hold your eyes longer than might initially be expected. Kind of like if you were in the presence of an atomic bomb, how it, even if it was completely harmless in current state, it would still, you couldn't help but be drawn to it. Immediate actions upon being brought together. We will arbitrarily begin with Rionnal.
Rionnal is absolutely, his eyes drawn to the torch. And I assume he can see the flame within it, yeah?
Yes.
And we've been debriefed on it. He's, I think this is a rare occasion where he actually just sort of stops and stares and does not have an action that he wants to take immediately. He doesn't even have the impulse to sit down and relax.
Absolutely. And while Rionnal is captivated, Lewyck, actions from you.
Sure. I just want to give a little description of how it looked like.
Sure.
Lewyck has flowing dark blue hair. He is 6'7" tall, imposing figure, but softened by a smile on his face as he enters the room. And he's wearing his heavy panoply armor, raw steel, with a blue mantle behind.
Yep.
I will look over to the torch, jaunt on over, and flick my finger onto it, and look to you all and say, "So, who's going to carry this then?"
My expertise.
I think a physical description is probably a good idea. So Rionnal, much in contrast, is only 5'6". He has what I like to describe as summer red hair and icy blue eyes. The freckles on his face contribute to making him look quite a bit younger, and yet he still seems to be, I think, older than both of his companions here. And he's dressed in a simple silk shirt, a decorated, like embroidered leather vest, and he's wearing his Thunderbird cloak, made of velvet with snowy owl feather mantle. And hanging off his back are a bodhrán, which is an Irish drum, and a shotgun. And in his hands is his spear, his boar spear, Stormfront.
We'll move. Pardon. From here, I want to briefly hear from Dusk as well, but also Julian did post a picture in chat if you want some more context on what the torch looks like.
Nice.
So yeah, by way of description, Dusk is a 19-year-old young man, slightly above average height, with brown hair and otherwise deliberately nondescript features.
Mm-hmm.
And he's wearing a modern style catsuit.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think he would have kind of briefly just scoped out the room, but eyes just drawn back to that torch, but would have responded to Lewyck with, "Not my expertise."
And responses from Lewyck from here.
I'll say, Well, I'm afraid I might just break it while I swing my sword and take all the blows I might need for our team. I will see myself as taking on the heat as we travel through. I don't know how sneaky I may be, though perhaps a knight is commonplace enough in these lands.
I think that's my specialty, sir.
Have either of you any experience with magic?
Little.
Then
I
think
can make
perhaps,
shields.
I think perhaps it falls to me to carry the lantern.
Will
A man
Rionnal
of
pick,
ice and fire.
will Rionnal pick it up?
Yeah.
And if the badge,
If his companions don't immediately object, yeah, he picks it up. He picks up the lantern.
yeah. Any comments from you all on the badge next to the torch?
Yeah. This, I think, Dusk would be reaching for. Like, I think I should take this. I'm probably most likely to slip away and get Avanya out of some cell or something.
I'm given to understanding that she's not physically restrained. I'm not sure of that. I suppose I could be wrong, but that is my assumption.
True.
And she must voluntarily take the badge.
It's going to involve a bit of talking, sweet talking.
You
I
think
can
you're
bring
better
some sugar?
suited? By all
No.
means.
Not at all.
Are there any final comments shared among the team? Lewyck, you were saying something.
I was saying it's gonna take some sweet talking for her to accept that badge. As far as I know, I can bring a little sugar.
You'd like to take it. You both are the senior agents.
We can be together. I do the talking, you do the badge pinning.
Rionnal gestures deferentially at brain name.
Lewyck, Dusk. Yeah, Lewyck. And from here, an Enclave attendant beckons gently for you to leave the meeting room. Brought through HQ, underneath its soaring arches and cathedral ceilings, to the small, dark teleportation chamber with its rounded corners, and stood atop the 3 gleaming telepads as the familiar voice says, "Agents, please take your places upon the telepads." Final actions before port up.
Nope. Just stepping on.
Yep. Rionnal has no hesitation in immediately stepping on the pad. I do want to ask, did I miss how large is the lantern?
The lantern is the size of a standard hanging
Okay.
lantern, so it is comfortably held in one hand. But, I mean, if it's bashing against your hip while you're running, it's not going to be fun.
I will say.
I do have one thing.
Yep.
Okay, go for it.
Earpiece. Get a hand one of these, or at least hold it out to both of you. We could use this to stay in communication. Short phrases only.
Remind me, is this for one of us or both of us?
One.
Okay. I shrug. What do you think, Rionnal? Which one's more likely to break away from this guy?
Well, I think he's more likely to break away from the both of us.
Yeah.
But I'm given to understand you are a leader of men.
All right. I'll take it. What do I do with this earring of yours?
Stick it in your ear. Touch it when you want to speak, or you'll hear me speak into it.
It's a discomforting sensation, but Lewyck manages to get it in there eventually. Final notes from Lewyck before we port up.
As the telepad is beginning to activate, I'll just say, hold on to your pricks and stay close together as far as we can.
And you feel your bodies dissociate, the tingling rising through your feet, hitting your knees, then your chest, and then your eyes, and your vision explodes into color. And when it reemerges, you are surrounded by a wretched, stinking darkness. You are inside of a tent that is loaded with heaps of supplies, almost like a janitorial closet, but clearly built in the field atop uneven, rocky ground on a slope. The air is wretched. It smells like a chemical factory, at best. And the sky outside, though you can barely see it, is dark. The supplies in here are of all sorts. Everything from nasty old gobs of food, to stands of strange tools, to great heaping vats of unknown liquid, some of which bubble to themselves. All around you hear noise. The noise comes in different types. Some is high-pitched chittering conversation. Some is great hulking, crushing steps as though of a mighty beast. Some is the grinding noise of machines or tools. And some is the great clatter and collapse of maybe supplies or building materials being dropped or crashed into place. Overall, while you can talk to each other at normal room volume, if you were to yell, it would be hard to hear you for someone even a couple rooms over. Immediate actions upon porting in to this supply tent.
Just a question about the description. You said that the sky is dark. Does that mean it's nighttime, or is it artificially dark in some way?
No, it is definitely not nighttime. There's more light than nighttime would give. It is very cloudy, though.
Okay.
Other immediate actions or questions. We will begin with Rionnal.
Rionnal's gonna take a moment to sort of just see how the lantern does as just a source of light for a moment. It just sort of holds it up.
It's acceptable.
Okay.
It gives you a better view of the rest of the supply cabinet. As you do, by the way, a number of strange, like fist-sized critters skitter out of sight like cockroaches as soon as the light touches them. Just barely enough for you to make out anything about them, besides that they are small.
And then he... So you said there's sort of a wide assortment of stuff in the supply tent.
Huge variety, and not very well organized.
Not well organized. Okay. I think he's going to start heading towards the exit, actually. I think he's just like, all right, there's nothing here, let's...
As Rionnal moves towards the tent flap, Dusk, immediate actions.
I think Dusk would also be looking to leave the tent, not expecting to find much in here. Probably would even address his partners, something like, though it was said this would be chaotic, we should use the chaos to slip in quietly.
And responses from Lewyck, and other actions from there.
Just a minute. I unfurl my banner, which again is just a bundle of cloth.
Yep.
It does, as I unfurl it, become a tapering pennant.
Mm-hmm.
And I begin to tie it to my half pike.
Yep.
As I look around the room, you described that there was all sorts of weird bubbling potions and all sorts of other weird things. Is any of it like in a box to carry?
Several of them are in great vats and barrels. And you can see that there is one that is stood on like a set of wheels, kind of like one of those school cafeteria like trash cans that are wheeled around.
Okay. Would it be good to look like we're carrying something?
My hands are a little full.
All right. I grab onto the one with wheels. I mean, that's at least easy to carry.
Yep. Rionnal being the first one.
Grab something.
Yeah. Rionnal being the first one out would, as soon as he reaches the tent flap, realize a couple of things. First of all, it seems as though you guys are rather high up, overlooking a scene below. But more immediately, before he gets his bearings on that, there is someone sitting immediately outside the tent flap. A small figure, no taller than 4.5 feet, who is dozing away on a nasty-looking goad that is only barely held in its arms.
Sorry, a goad?
Yeah, like a short, nasty barbed spear type thing.
Got it.
Actions as you come across this as you are leaving the tent.
You know what? Rionnal's going to stick himself in front of this person and attention!
And as he yells, the creature like almost throws the goad and kind of scrambles backwards for a moment. It's a horrid little thing with a very disturbing appearance. Especially, I mean, Rionnal probably it doesn't have the disposition to be disturbed by it, but it's not very human in appearance. It much more looks like a bug given human form, but instead of having chitin, it has skin and it has long, weird, tapery bits that don't look like they belong. So a fleshy bug. And as it skitters backwards, its huge eyes kind of wide open, it says, "What? And who do you think you are?"
That's a good question coming from you. What do you think you're doing falling asleep on guard duty?
I wasn't asleep.
Sure you weren't.
Follow up. Oh, pardon. What was Rionnal saying?
No. That's fine. Sure you weren't is a great place to stop that interaction and let the others.
Follow-ups from Dusk. He is second out and obviously would see this interaction taking place.
What would Dusk do here? I think seeing this interaction, not sure what to make of it, really wondering, like, we just take this guy out and maybe trying to catch Rionnal's eye and give him the sort of like...
With Dusk in the doorway, Lewyck is not necessarily able to push past unless he wants to literally like move him out of the way. So does Lewyck have anything that he would like to do with his little vat being rolled behind him?
I mean, as I hear this outside, I feel like maybe I would be able to be authoritative, but if I'm just kind of completely out of the way, then I can't really do much about it. What I can do, I guess, is use my vitality. So I can kind of just scream from the tent.
Mm-hmm.
And say, all right, let me see. You out there, we have an important shipment. Need help carrying this. Come on.
And as
I start pushing, maybe I push Dusk out of the way.
Yeah.
And flip my mantle so he gets an eye of that. And I stop pushing the cart.
Yeah. The little thing kind of like whips his head around between the group of you. He says,
What do you pukes think you're doing trying to boss me around? But
he looks into the tent and looks towards the vat that Lewyck is pushing and says,
But I was told that that's not to move yet.
Well, hold on. So, right, I have to remember this. So he's one of these bug creatures, which I'm guessing is the Banes. I'm not obviously a Bane, though Banes can look like humans.
And there are human-aligned Banes as well.
And there's human-aligned
as well
Banes.
as them enslaving humans en masse, though you guys are obviously not embodying that.
Yes. Mistress Dirabella said this must be moved at once. Things change quickly around here.
Well, but who's going to guard the supply tent then?
I look around.
So the area around this supply tent is actually quite empty. It is next to like a larger like workers camp, which is separated from the main build site, which I'll describe for you guys in a moment. But suffice to say, there's no other immediate Bane nearby, or other person immediately nearby. For that
seems to me, no one was guarding it in the first place.
And he says,
"Well, that's what you'd like to think, isn't it?"
And he goes stomping over towards the vat.
He says, "Where is it supposed to go then?"
I look pensively. Well, to Darabella, of course. We're bringing it to her.
He looks at you and says,
"What? Really?
Her new protege or something?"
That seems strange, but on your own head be it.
He says,
If I bring this to the mistress and I dump it at her feet and she says anything besides, well, thank you very much, I'm blaming it all on you and I hope that she makes boils come out of your nostrils.
Yeah, I think Dusk will speak up here, like, no. Not Dear Bella's protege.
Oh. Well, fine. What I said still stands.
he starts to struggle with the vat as he starts to push it downhill. As he goes struggling away, the build site. The group of you are at not the top, not nearly, but like halfway up, like a slow sloping rocky ridge, right? There is, the build site is a little ways down the ridge from you, and it looks kind of like, how to describe this? Imagine a very well constructed but small and compact factory, like a heavy factory that is currently having a wall being built around it. The wall is less than halfway completed and is littered with build site construction material, as well as the hulking figures of great giraffe-like insectoid but flesh banes, which lift huge loads up for smaller banes working up high to work. You can also see the figures of humans chained together in chain gangs, hauling great bundles and pallets of materials towards the build site. Additionally, there are 2 other work camps down below the build site, and off down a road next to it, you can see that there's some sort of depot where other great hulking banes, much, much larger than any real-world animal, lumber backward and forth, bearing great, like, hauled wagons covered in supplies towards the build site as well. Lastly, the build site and each work camp has multiple trails of fetid liquid bubbling down it like a series of small tributaries that all kind of conjoin together below the work site like a delta, yielding a nasty fetid river that flows away from it. The sky overhead is choked with swirling dark green clouds. The air smells like a rotten egg met its long lost brother in a sewer. What would you guys like to do from here? We'll begin with Rionnal.
Dusk, do you think you could trail him without being noticed?
Absolutely.
Might tell us where Arabella is.
I'll be in touch with... Just point to my ear.
Will Dusk begin to trail the bane?
Avanya.
Indeed. So, start.
Remind me on reflex stat.
2.
All right. And what's going to be your method for following? Obviously, this is a ridge, so the terrain is textured, but there's not a lot of trees or other cover of any kind. So how do you want to keep close enough, or are you going to stay far away and just go based off of what you can see?
Yeah, I think I'm going to keep my distance until I can find some better cover to kind of blend in.
Yeah. The build site has much better cover, so if you can get up close to that, that'll be something. I should note that as you're following the little bane, it struggles tremendously with the vat on wheels due to the slope of the hill. Several times the vat gets away with it, and it's brought on a short joyride down a section of the hill before falling flat in a ditch and trying to collect itself. Before we go further with that, other actions from Jallorn. Rionnal, what would you like to do?
So, are there other paths into like camps besides the one that the Bane is taking?
The Bane is taking the primary path down from this work camp to the build site. There are smaller, unofficial, like, like desire paths, like footpaths that have been beaten in over time, that link this work camp to the shipping depot, as well as to one of the other higher altitude worker camps. You can see that the worker camp... You don't have like a great look at the camp that you're in right now because you're like it's blocked by the architecture of the tents themselves. But looking at the other camp nearby, you can see that it not only has barracks, presumably for more banes, and other various facilities and amenities for them, but it also has a substantial compound containing human slaves.
Well, Lewyck, seems to me we have 3 options to us. We could also see if we can find Avanya through another route. We could try and seek the axe, or we could just try and create some chaos.
So Dusk is like slinking away.
Yep.
I mean, I thought we just followed the Bane to Avanya, but
Certainly do
perhaps a bit of chaos. Well, perhaps a bit of chaos would be better to start in a little bit. For now, they don't know we're here. I don't think it's necessary yet.
Well, then.
I don't see why we don't just go ahead. Follow the Bane as well.
Okay, let's head to the work camp.
In this case, so the Bane is going down towards the main construction site, and the main construction site is surrounded by these smaller worker camps, one of which you are at. So are you going to head down to the construction site where the small Bane is going?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yep.
As you go, two things you note. First of all, you guys stick out like a sore thumb. The only reason you're not being swarmed is because attention is elsewhere. At the work camps themselves, now that you're starting to walk away from it, you can see that out front, the Banes that are off duty are loafing about, either getting into fights or getting yelled at by their superiors, who come in various incremental sizes and states of like macabre, not anywhere near humanness. But many of them have been tasked to work unloading the great shipping-like creatures, as well as constructing the new supplies into actual building. But also, the humans are in terrible states as well. With your beautiful armor and color, most specifically, like Rionnal's bright red hair and Lewyck's bright blue hair, or dark blue hair rather, you look enormously different from any other human here. That said, no one is currently looking in your direction as you start to tromp down towards the construction site. Any other actions you'd like to take as you are walking, things you would like to observe, questions that you have from the two of you?
Actually, yeah. Rionnal would like to turn his sort of metaphysical awareness towards the lantern he's carrying.
Yeah.
And very lightly, sort of as safely as he can, sort of see if he is able to, like... So I understand that the primary use of the lantern is to sort of break it, and then it's basically a magical nuke. But does the lantern otherwise just completely seal the magic of the flame, or would Rionnal be able to sort of tap into it?
How would you like to try?
I think he just sort of I think he takes a moment and he sort of lifts the lantern up near his face, and being a spirit of wind and air, he sort of does a combination of sort of exhaling his own essence onto the lantern, but also sort of inhaling and trying to see if he can smell the magic of the flame through the lantern.
Sure. And two things that he feels when he does so. First of all, if you've ever been like out camping with like a live fire, and the logs collapse and there's like a plume of cinders, have you ever caught a face full of that before?
Oh yeah.
That's what it would feel like.
Okay.
Metaphysically speaking.
Yeah.
The sensation is strange. It has a bit of a pleasantness to it, but pleasant more in the huffing gasoline fumes way rather than the smelling a nice bakery kind of way. And the power that you get off of it just from this little whiff it's intense. It's dwarfing. It's the sort of thing where when as a child you first learned, like in real world as a child, you first learned how small the earth was in comparison to the sun, in comparison to the universe. It's one of those feelings of just feeling totally and utterly awed by the power contained within this item. Follow-ups from there before I get to Lewyck.
Nope.
Lewyck, actions from here as you're tromping down towards the construction site.
So other humans are around. I mean, they're slaves, but are there any other humans walking around with more freedom than that?
No.
And are they wearing anything uniquely?
None that you can
No.
see. The only humans that you have seen thus far, although again, you don't have the best sensory, so seeing a long distance to like some of the other small figures, maybe there's humans there, but just within your field of view, only humans you can see are highly mistreated slaves.
So I think that so when I look at the Banes, they're made of flesh. They have some weird bits about them.
Kind of made of flesh.
So I think
somewhere between
Kind
flesh
of made
and
of
chitin.
flesh. Like, it's gonna sound weird, okay? But the question is, do I think with like some like makeup or some like quick quick makeover aesthetics, could we make or could we look like a Bane? Or is it just like, so completely alien that I wouldn't even be able to achieve like with makeup?
The simple way I'd put it is if you had someone who either had enormous prosthetic experience or was an illusionist, no. They look too alien. But with true illusions or a lot of time with a professional, yeah, you could probably do it.
What about like, are they wearing hoods at all?
Oh, pardon. Before that, Jallorn, you had a thing?
I'm picturing xenomorph kind of like energy.
Cartoonish, though. Like
Okay.
xenomorphs as done by Jim Henson. So, what was the follow-up you had, Lewyck?
Perhaps like, are they wearing hoods at all? Like, is this a normal cloak? Perhaps I could do that.
It seems that for the most part, their outfits are very patchwork and crummy. No, like none that
Okay.
you have seen yet have enough to cover anywhere near their whole body, and even some of the superiors that you've seen only barely wear enough to like protect them with armor, which also seems equally ramshackle and cobbled together.
All right. Well, I give a shrug, and I look over to Rionnal, and I'll say, "Well, I'm not known for my stepfather's cunning, and I'm not known for hiding and sneaking about. But I feel that a cloak could not hurt, and I will use that as a brief speech to do it to arms and give us a patchwork cloak that might cover our hair and our armor."
Sure. Any other details besides them being patchwork?
I don't think I'm smart enough to think about anything else, so no.
Sure. Two cloaks appear about you. They are, if nothing else, somewhat clean. However, they are made of scrappy materials, and they do cover you roughly head to foot. Though details like your pole arm would obviously not be covered, right? But it's a pole arm.
Sure. That's all right.
Dusk, jumping back over to you. It's over the next like 5 minutes or so, you would follow the Bane down the hill. Obviously, there are 2 or 3 pauses where the vat gets away from it, and you hear it swearing and cursing and mumbling to itself as it kind of like gets it back going and keeps driving it forwards. But soon it's coming to within like hailing distance of the construction site. You're currently facing like the back of the fortress, so to speak, where the wall is not even started yet. But there's like piles of stuff and debris and materials and machines everywhere, not to mention more of those huge banes that are being used to haul things up into place. But also there's a good deal more activity down here. There are more Banes hard at work, cutting and shaping materials and pieces. There are human chain gangs who are hauling things into place. And there are also taskmasters who manage the groups of Banes, humans, as well as the big hauling creatures as well. What would you like to do as you're getting up to this point? Tailing has been easy up to here.
Okay. Any cover coming up?
So you're currently approaching cover. The construction site itself, tons of cover, but the section from like the hillside to it, very exposed.
Okay. And how far away is the Bane I've been trailing?
You can think of him as being like a good 0 might stones throw away.
So just giving a thought here, do I think I could throw a listening bug onto him?
What's your sensory and skill?
Let's see, 1 skill, 1 sense.
Okay. Not impossible, but it would be a very good throw and would run the severe risk of landing in his vat.
Risky. I might even risk getting a little bit closer.
Sure.
And I think the way I would do this is almost like crouching down pretty low, like trying to avoid being seen as much as possible and moving as quietly as I can.
Yep. So are we talking like almost bear crawl or army? Like not quite army crawl, but like very, very low
more
crawl?
like a
Sure.
bear crawl. Like, like pretty low.
As you get low, your hands sink into the nasty mud of the area, and you can see this like ooze kind of rise up out of the ground that like quickly covers your hands. There's like a sickening like pop wherever you pull your hands out, even as you are crawling like this. However, after a quick crawl, you are at least close enough that it's less of like a full throw and more of like one of these, like a quick toss away.
Yeah, go for a
Luck stat?
baseline.
Baseline, yeah. In that case, the bug flies, strikes him in the back, and rather than perfectly affixing, it tumbles down a little bit and affixes lower, catching the end of kind of the scrappy tunic that he has, so it's kind of like by his left hip.
Let's see what we get out of it.
Sure. From here, what do you want to do? You're low and you're on the exposed section of hillside right leading up to the construction site.
Keep scurrying. Closest cover I've got.
Yep, absolutely. This would bring you over close to a set of like huge pylon-like girders that have been like laid out. I should note, when you hear like construction material, you expect it to be standardized. Could not be less standardized. Every single piece is different. They're all rusted through. They're all kind of bent and shitty. And every piece that's being used into this looks like it was just kind of like found in some gigantic couch crevice somewhere out in the world. Now, as you scurry over and get between the girders, a couple things to note. First of all, your front is now coated with mud and dust. Where the ground is not muddy, it is dusty, and the dust clings to the mud. Second of all, under the girders, this is actually an extremely well-protected area. They're kind of like laid atop each other in like a strewn bird's nest, so you're actually able to kind of like maneuver between them. Third of all, what would you like to do from here, or are you just going to camp out in this location?
So keep an eye on the Bane I've been following still, trying to map out a path mentally to where he's going and keeping a path to him.
Yeah, absolutely. As you are following him, you see that he rounds the bend out of sight, kind of going between a few like low sections of wall that are starting to be built up. Not before going past a large a large foundation trench that had been dug. It seems as though he's making his way for the keep of this fortress that is already completed in its center. Anything else you'd like to do from here as he walks out of sight?
I think I would keep trying to scurry towards him, getting some of this gunk off me as I go.
Now, as you are coming towards the exit of the pile of girders, this is one of the trickier areas because you have a lot of activity around you. Individuals and duos and trios going hither and thither. And you have a bunch of different cover points. For example, the big foundation trenches, or like a big section of rubble nearby, and a big towering soda can style pyramid of empty vats. But none of them are currently completely unobserved, or at least the space between you and them is not completely unobserved.
And which way did my Bane that I'm following go?
So he went, from your perspective, forward and a little to your left. That would be going around the dug foundation trenches and behind a section of wall.
Is there anything currently digging the trenches?
There is something currently digging the trenches. It is another awful, fleshy bug-like thing with a big, underslung jaw that is being used to, scoop out huge sections of dirt, and then it goes over and spews them out across the side of the hill.
Okay, but the ones that I'm looking at are finished, so
yes.
Not digging those trenches. How deep are these trenches?
Each one is between 8 and 10 feet deep, pretty far down, and it has a pool of fetid gunk at the bottom.
All right, so no traveling through that quietly. Unlikely.
Do you need a moment to think?
Yeah.
Sure. Jumping back over to Rionnal and Lewyck, now cloaked. You guys are, at this point, no more than a third of the way down the hill towards the construction site. What would you like to do from here? You have a much better picture of what's going on, but neither of you are able to keep track of Dusk from this point on.
I could touch this earring and speak to Dusk. If you wanted to. As for now, this is perhaps we should give it a bit more of a brisk walk. I start to increase my speed.
Would Rionnal be able to spot? There's a particular sort of type of bane that he would be looking out for at this point, which is human-sized, slightly larger, more Lewyck-sized than Rionnal-sized.
Yep.
The kind who looks probably more managerial, but maybe not necessarily, might be carrying heavy things, but looks like a warrior type.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if it's hard to make them out precisely, you are seeing a couple of taller, more imposing Banes among the crowd, both in the construction site and the work crowd, things like that. Particularly as you're leaving the work camp, you would consistently be hearing a shouting voice of one of these like larger Taskmaster Banes that is trying to make everyone get back to work.
Rionnal is, I think, just sort of projecting an air of confidence, an air of, I dare you to try and get in my way energy.
Yeah.
He's going to make his way towards the nearest one of those.
Yep. In that case, does he want to go in the direction of the construction site or back towards the work camp? The work camp one is technically closer, but in the wrong direction.
Actually, I think he's going to go, you know what, he's going to turn to Lewyck and he's going to say, I want to look for someone who might know something about the axe. You may join me or you may continue, but I'm heading this way.
Okay. Fine then. It seems we must hear from Dusk then before we go to Avanya. I might as well join you.
Okay.
And as the two of you pivot back towards the work camp, not a complete 180, but like a 90-degree turn, you can hear the Taskmaster absolutely ripping into the ones around here. As you get a little bit closer, you can make a little bit more about the features. It still has that awful fleshy insect-like visage, but its limbs are substantially stronger. It does have 6 limbs, and it does also seem to have something resembling a shell, even though that might actually be like some sort of armor that was built or placed upon it. But as you get closer, you hear it saying,
"You understand now the gravity of the situation, I am sure. For every last disobedience that I see, one of your eyes."
He makes a little plucking motion.
"And you don't want to know what I put in its place. So, quiet. And be on lookout. When we are called back to work, I want not a one of you lagging behind."
It turns about, and you can see it has kind of a multi-layered, unhingeable jaw, kind of like an Elite in Halo, but more insectoid in this case. And as it turns about, you can see that its strange multiple eyes kind of like hone in on the group, on the pair of you.
"Greetings. You seem in charge. I'm hoping we could beg a moment of your time."
"Beg, I like the sound of that."
As it starts to trudge over. As it does you hear it say something low under its breath that neither of you have the sensory to pick out. Follow up from Rionnal.
"We have traveled some distance on hearing of a human from far away who achieved a feat of great might before falling to one of your companions. Equals, perhaps?"
It does a chuckling, choking laugh and says,
"I have never heard a more foreign human in my life."
it says,
"What do you think would come of marching in to here, our home, the land of the Banes, with your puke-strewn mouth, trying to acquire for information for which you know little and deserve less?"
I'm sorry, can I... At this point, Rionnal's going to channel full, I'm part god, you puny creature energy. I'm sorry. Do I look like one of your slaves?
Not yet. It says, would you like to be? We can start easy if you want.
Well, you'd have to take that up with my master.
I'm sure he won't miss you.
He looks to Lewyck and says,
What is this one then?
he kind of like goes low to look under your hood.
So are we just out in the open? Like, what's the exact
So
environment?
you're
here?
off to the side of the work camp, so you can see it, think of it as a couple of like shitty tents all built together, but it's quite large. Like it's the size of a barracks with some things adjoined to it. There are a good number of small banes out in the front yard. Banes of every size, from like the size of like a large American Girl doll to the size of like a 4.5-foot tall one, like the one you saw earlier. This is the only very large one here. The rest of the construction site is down the hill below, and there's tons of activity down there, but this is pretty far out of the way, and you see nothing approaching this area.
So once this conversation was starting, I was a little bit behind, and I will just make a very obvious show of actually just going in between the tents instead. I do not want to be out in the open.
Yep.
If he goes to take a look at me, I'm actually going to just find a place to take a nice seat, looking away from where they might come into this alley.
Sure, so kind of like finding like a piece of junk or something to sit on.
Yeah, I'm gonna give like Aragorn Strider energy when they first meet him, just kind of like out there in the corner with the hood. I don't have anything to smell, but I will just be like maybe just like moving my sword, like spinning my sword on the ground.
As you go striding off, the smaller banes would like scamper away from your feet like chickens in a coop. Though even as they like dive under tent flaps and peer around corners, you can see that their eyes are not curious purely. You can see the like kind of feral viciousness, and you can see them starting to hand each other small weapons. Everything from like what look like wine cork openers to like nasty little hooks on like a hook on a stick. You know, it just whatever they have to hand as they kind of peer over in your direction. The taskmaster that Rionnal had been talking to wheels about and goes stomping after Lewyck.
Hey! Hey! Bile chewer! I'm speaking to you! Who are you?
I will stay quiet.
Don't play dumb with me. Unless your patron is the he of silence, then you will speak, or I will make you.
It goes marching up behind you, and you hear it reaching out for you. Your back is to it.
Okay. It's like really muddy, right?
Very muddy.
Yeah. Okay. Could I do a bit of a luck pitch here? That it's actually I've sat next to an incredibly muddy spot.
What's your luck stat?
And as I 2.
Oh, absolutely. As muddy as you like.
Yep. And as I feel, as I start to get the feeling that something's grabbing onto me, I will just like give a nudge to try to hit him off balance on the mud.
Skill and reflex?
Yep. I have 1 skill.
And might?
No reflex. 2 might.
Nice. Rionnal, any actions from you as the taskmaster goes stomping away from you after Lewyck?
I think at about the same time that Lewyck goes to sort of, I guess, trip the taskmaster, Rionnal will say, "Do you really think we'd have been sent without insurance if we weren't capable?"
And at that point, with 1 skill and 2 might, you can absolutely do not quite a judo throw, but something resembling that to get him off of your shoulder.
I was thinking mostly just hitting him from the side.
He goes splattering into the mud. And you hear like a chorus of shrill, discordant laughter from the surrounding smaller banes. A few of them even throw scraps of food at him to add insult. What do you guys want to do after the trip?
Well, I was going to put foot on his head, honestly.
As he starts to kind of scrabble up, do you want to try to go over and just stomp his head down in? Or is this
Yeah,
less of a
and I will
stomp?
look back to Rionnal and say, information or death?
And you hear that as its head is submerged in the mud.
Might need to let him get his mouth above the mud so that he can actually answer.
All right. Oh.
Stepping off.
I go down with my hand, grab like whatever I can grab, a scruff
Yep.
of some kind, and take as I take off my foot and give him like an inch to
Yeah.
speak.
You'll pay for that, Mr.
I put him back in the mud.
Memories.
You hear the
I
surrounding
now-
small Banes starting to chant,
Do it again. Do it again.
I plunge my sword in the mud next to his head, and then I put his head up again so you can see it. The axe. Where? Where is it?
Axe.
I need some time to think about it. All right. Back in the mud.
You hear another chorus of chanting and laughing. One of the little Banes comes running over with like a little pot of something awful looking and says,
Put this on him.
All right, hold on. Let's see if he has answers this time. Just a second. I lift him up.
and he looks over and you can see fear for the first time in his multiple eyes.
No. Not that.
The axe.
What? What axe? You said... That one said nothing. Just nattering on.
There was a warrior.
There was a warrior who came by, fought a mighty beast, a mighty bane, plunged an axe into its face before he died.
I was only assigned here a month ago. I don't know about that.
But you hear,
I know. No, I know.
and you hear the smaller ones starting to fight amongst each other.
Oh, you know, do you?
Perhaps,
Well, then, perhaps
if-
you may apply this on his face.
Yes.
I point to the one that wanted to.
Oh, yeah, I want to do it.
Rionnal, you had a thing?
No, it was, basically, he was going to say the same thing. Perhaps if you can answer our question, you may have some time to torment your overlord.
You see that in this little alleyway between two tents, a pretty substantial crowd of small Banes have gathered. They really do range from the size of like a house cat up to the size of like a elementary school child. And they come in so many different shapes and sizes, even though they can be like roughly lumped into categories together. The one that volunteered comes rushing out and seizes the vat and dumps it as best it can over the overseer's back. You hear the overseer howl in anguish.
Actually, can Rionnal intercept that?
Yes, you can.
So Rionnal would actually like to intercept it and just sort of like put the butt of his spear into the chest of the little Bane before it reaches the vat.
A little bit of the stuff splashes out of the vat onto the overseer, which still would result in a howl of pain.
Answers first.
Well, when I was in
And he leans in and says ominously,
the shed, I saw a big axe, and it was stuck in the wall, and it didn't look like one of ours, so that's probably the one.
Yeah, that's probably it.
sorry, Jallorn, I didn't hear what you said. What was that?
Joy.
Oh,
He just pulls the spear away.
And the Taskmaster screams in agony. Lewyck feels him writhing underneath his grip.
get it off of me.
It tries to roll over.
That's
to
okay. I'll extinguish it, and I'll plunge it back into the mud.
You actually feel him stop wiggling because the mud washes away the stuff. I should note, the weird stuff on his back does get on your hand and doesn't feel like anything at all.
Oh, the some of that stuff got on my hand. Okay,
Yep.
interesting. Oh, interesting. What is that? What is that bubbling stuff? You got any more of that?
You hear kind of like a whispered, and the small one who still has the vat kind of looks guilty and says, "Soap," and then covers his mouth.
Oh, it's soap.
You
Does
hear
it- does
a
it
bunch of them
actually
say,
look like soap?
"Shh, don't say that."
Does it blather?
Yeah,
as
it does,
I do
actually.
that? Oh. Well, he might need a bit more of a cleaning. What do you think?
And then you see that all of like the humor has gone out of them, and they go, "Ugh." And they start to like slink away, looking scared.
No?
Let him up.
All right. Go ahead.
Mercy, mercy.
We have what we needed. By the way,
You
your
don't have
supply
it.
tent. Your supply tent on the hill seems to have been left unguarded.
Lewyck, what do you say?
He asked for mercy. I said, "You shall have it." I take off my sword from the mud and cut off his head.
In his head spurts some strange orange goo as he drops, and the other small beings go, and they freeze, and they start looking at each other, looking very scared. One of like the not as teeny ones says,
Who sent you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
and then you hear him say to his neighbor,
I'll tell.
he says to his neighbor,
Definitely the Bane of Silence. That's what I'm putting money on.
Weather boy.
before we go further
Well-
with these two, we're going to jump back over to Dusk. Still underneath the pile of girders, what do you want to do from here?
Okay, so first question is there anyone nearby, particularly anyone of any type of authority?
Yes. From your position right now, not far at all from the Bane, from the pile of girders, is a small group that are mixing what might be cement of some kind, and they are being overseen by a larger, like unhinged, like lower jaw opening taskmaster.
Interesting. And what do they carry? Just out of curiosity.
The taskmasters,
Yeah.
they carry a variety of things. You can see first and foremost they have like strange plates that might look like they're actually like welded to parts of their body. But more than that, they all have like a big heavy shell on their back, which looks like they might be able to get it onto their arm as a shield. And they also carry what looks like a lash and something else that could be a firearm, but looks more like a super soaker than anything else.
Making some notes.
Mhm.
Otherwise, not particularly heavy armored, besides the big shield shell thing.
They do have those big plates like welded onto
Yeah.
them, so some of them are actually quite heavily armored.
Okay. What parts of the body are covered?
On the one that you're looking at right now, or more broadly?
Specifically the one I'm looking at.
One you're looking at right now, most of his torso, front and back, shoulders, top and back of head, as well as a little bit on the forearms and a little bit on the upper legs.
Okay. It's like an open face helmet sort of thing,
Yeah.
or okay.
They also have different numbers of limbs. The one that you're looking at right now, for example, has 4 legs and 4 arms, though it still walks in a roughly upright position and is not centaurine in any way. Think of it almost like a tetrapod, you know?
Right. Okay, and how far away is he from me?
So from your current position, he is like, once you get out from your like crouched under the I-beam's position, he's like 3 big strides away. So he's quite close and his back is to you. But obviously you're currently positioned under the pile of girders, so it's not easy to slip out quickly at least.
Okay. So looking about nearby, I'd imagine there's something metal, like even a lead pipe or something of that
loads.
sort.
Yeah.
Sure. So my plan here, what I would like to do, tell me if this makes sense, make some noise to try and attract him and double back around. to like come up behind him.
Oh, I see what you mean. Doing so would definitely work to get his attention, but it would also probably get the attention of some of the work crew that are under him. So something that can get just enough noise to attract him would be ideal if you can find a way to swing it. His work crew are currently working on mixing cement, so you're going to have to try to manage them as well.
How many of them is there?
It is 4 small banes. One of them is like cat-sized, and the other 3 are like 4-ish feet tall.
How will I do this? I mean, I think I'm gonna try what I'm doing, staying out of sight as much as I can, but I do just want to see if I can catch his eye with something, maybe the pipe or something, and then like tap it to like pull his attention. Maybe kind of just lightly at first. It's the kind of thing you wouldn't immediately notice if you're busy with some other task. But if he's a little more bored and wandering around, he might be like, what is that?
Yeah.
And
Vitality stat?
Oh, baseline.
Sure. So your first kind of set of dink, 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 dink doesn't seem to draw his attention. You hear he's yelling angrily at the cement mixers, one of whom has fallen into the cement. What do you want to follow up from here after your first round of tapping? It's not been super loud yet.
I think I'm going to go significantly louder this time, just like a really big...
Yeah. You can see that because of all the noise of the construction site, he doesn't even pay it any heed.
I'm going to grab some like gravel or something and just like throw it at him.
And bing, it pings off the back of his head. He says, "Ah!" He whips around snarling with his lower, like his jaws hanging open. Who did that?
And another like tap, and I'm gonna use the pipe to like draw a line quickly in the sand to kind of like something to draw his eye along the ground.
And you can see that he immediately whips down to look towards it.
Playing a prank, are you?
He starts to prowl over.
Come out. Come out.
He starts to like crouch down to look under the eye beams.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna hold my position till he gets like somewhat close, and then try to. What I want to do is spring up, using my arm to guide my hand straight up into his throat with my stiletto.
Yep. The knife goes all the way into his unhinged jaw. His many eyes focus in on you for a moment, and his mandibles kind of scrabble on your wrist for a second before he slumps down.
I want to try and like pull him in if I can.
Might stat?
Baseline.
Tough, but doable. This will require you like bracing your leg, like your feet against a girder to like pull him in as best. It's like doing a row. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you manage to pull him in, he like falls in on top of you for a moment, and it's really, really heavy. Like heavier than you'd expect a human of his size to be. But eventually you push him off, and he lays in the mud underneath the eye beams.
All right. So 2 questions. One, was that seen?
It was not seen.
Sweet. So I've got stiletto invisibility for a short amount of time.
Yep.
2, does he... So looking at the things he's got on him quickly, easiest thing to carry, I'm guessing maybe you said he has a whip or something?
He has a whip, yeah.
Like normal size, human-sized whip?
Yep.
Yeah. That seems like a nice token of authority, so I'm going to grab that as my identity theft.
And as you activate the identity theft, it's a strange sensation because obviously it's a very convincing disguise, but it doesn't change who you actually are. So you have the illusion of height and the illusion of an unhingeable jaw. You feel your voice deepen and become more gravelly and raspy and like guttural. Or at least when you would like maybe whisper to yourself, you would hear it come out that way. It's not as though your vocal cords are changing, but the illusion is very thorough and convincing. As the illusion sets in, what would you like to do?
Immediately just make sure this body is like at least somewhat hidden behind these girders.
Oh, it's all the way in. It's in the girder nest where you were.
Sweet, perfect. Then stroll away confidently back towards my
Yep.
work crew.
You have to crawl out from under the girders to do so. As you do so, one of them calls out to you,
Boss! Boss! What are you doing?
I had to kill some gutter rat.
Oh. That's not me. I'm not a gutter rat. I'm hard at work.
he says, going back to work.
That's right. You guys keep going. I gotta take a piss.
And as you do so, one of them says,
Oh. Man, I want a break.
Whip him.
as you take out the whip, it actually extends in your hand, telescoping out, and when it strikes, it's almost like it knows where to hit. Like it just flashes out of your hand, almost like you'd see, like Ivy and Soul Calibur or something. You do, you know what I mean? And when it strikes, you can see that it leaves a noticeable gouge in the Bane's skin. They don't bleed per se, but it starts to fill up with like a strange marmalade-looking goo, and it goes and just screams wildly as the other two start mixing faster and try not to look.
Right. And turn around, strolling away, looking for my original quarry.
Yep. You know the general direction it went in, and you can see the tracks that the vat left in the mud as it was being wheeled along. And you see that it was wheeled all the way to the entrance of the little keep at the center of the construction site, which you can see has a crappy sign with like terribly spelled letters on it that says in very ominous handwriting, "The Shed."
Yeah, stroll towards the shed.
You can see that the wheels end at that point, and the doors to the shed are like a. They're not like a. It's not like a portcullis, right? But it's like a very heavy set of double doors. As you approach, you can see a small Bane peeks its head out from where a doorbell should be and says in an incredibly high-pitched voice, which you can barely make out, but roughly translates to "state your business."
What is my business here? I didn't think that far ahead.
Yeah.
I think as I'm approaching, can I case the joint?
I think you would need to note a few more things about it during your observation period to get a full thing, but if you want to do like a very minor case the joint, we can do that.
How about before I approach, could I maybe like walk, not a full perimeter, but just kind of walk up and down a little bit as if I'm looking for something?
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm okay with that. In so doing, the things that I would note is that this is shaped roughly like an outhouse, but made of metal and brick. The thing is like very unglamorous looking. It's kind of awkwardly tall for its footprint, but it seems to have an inordinate number of vents leading off of it, like coming out of the bottom. Every single one like churning out a different color of choking smoke. Any other things you would specifically be trying to note or learn about it while you're walking about? No windows, I should add.
Yeah, I guess entrances is what I was thinking.
Yep, there's those vents, is the best thing I can say.
And a front door
Yep.
of some sort.
It's also partially built into the side of the slope. So like it's like a crappy little outhouse, but like the roof line meets the higher elevation of the ridge a little ways up, as though part of the ridge were excavated to specifically incorporate it.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I still would have approached, I guess, and say, got a delivery.
And it says in that like very high-pitched voice, the phrase comes through as "state the delivery."
I didn't ask questions. Top secret.
It looks surprised, and then pops back in to where the doorbell should be. And after another moment, the door slides open, and beyond, you can see a beautifully decorated tea room that Detour has seen before. but certainly not Dusk. This is, imagine like a 1950s style kitchen and breakfast nook with floral wallpaper and plastic everything and cute little color-coded kitchen appliances and a couple of comfy armchairs and a fireplace, completely contrasting everything else in the area in a violent manner. The one thing of note, as the door opens, is that it opens by itself. And you hear a rumbling voice, incredibly deep and loud, say,
This had better not be like the last top secret delivery.
Of course not. And just stride in confidently.
As you stride in, you can see the vat that was being pushed by your quarry earlier is currently in a trash can by the door, which has been, like, only barely holds it. And the mangled body of the bearer has been stuffed in the trash can underneath it.
Uh-oh. It's not good.
As you enter in, the deep rumbling voice that seems to emanate from the walls of the room itself says,
Where is your delivery? It is on your person, perhaps?
Yes, I was instructed not to show it to anyone but her.
Instructed by whom?
Arabella herself, of course.
Mistress did not make any mention of delivery,
says the building.
Did say it was top secret.
I need to consult my planner,
says the building. You hear an esoteric riffling of pages off in the walls. However, before we go further with that, we're going to jump back over to Lewyck and Rionnal. Now, having decapitated the taskmaster up at the work camp and quieted the many small banes around, what would the two of you like to do from here?
So, I might say out to the little Banes. Wow, would any of you like to tell me where this shed is?
And every single one of them, in unison, points their hands down towards the construction site. Bink.
All right. And any more of that soap around?
And you hear a couple of little at the word, but then the one that initially got to pour it says, right over here. And with a one trembling finger points towards the shed that you guys entered, like the little tent that you guys poured it into, and trots over and lifts the flap to show you a couple of the other, like, bubbling vats. He ignores those and points towards one in the back with a clear liquid that was completely unintrusive and didn't even catch your eye when you first poured it in.
Right. Can I grab a vial of that, or
easily, yeah.
A flask of that?
Yep, they have a bunch of, like, mismatched, dirty, empty flasks that are all over the supply cabinet, or the supply tent, so you can scoop up some soap without issue.
Rionnal would also like to get one, and then he's going to sort of stow it on his person. So I guess he has to put down the lantern or his spear to do this. So he leaves his spear, which stands up by itself.
Yep.
Grabs a flask and takes a bit, stows it, and then grabs his spear again. I think he's still keeping the lantern hidden.
Yep. As you do so, the little Bane that came over to you says conversationally,
So, what's it like in the land of silence? I've never been before. Sounds pretty cool.
Rionnal just fixes him.
Rionnal
just fixes him with a look.
Me too. I was literally going to do the same thing.
You can see that his eyes kind of shift between and says,
Yeah, that's what I imagined. Well, enjoy the SOAP I'm gonna go by.
And it scurries away.
All right. I'm gonna let Dusk know we're going to the shed.
Yep.
I tap the earpiece.
Yep.
Dusk.
And Dusk, you would hear the earpiece register. This is while you are in the floral patterned breakfast nook area. Because the earpiece has great noise cancellation, it does not seem as though the sound would carry past it to the house.
That's good. I would respond, Lewyck, I'm in.
We are heading towards a shed. You know anything about a shed around here? Seems like there might be many.
I'm in it. It's alive. It's dangerous.
The shed is alive?
Hmm.
All right. Well, we're heading there.
As Lewyck says this, he would hear through the earpiece, and obviously Dusk would hear this too.
Who are you whispering to?
Sorry. I talk to myself sometimes.
Bad habit. That is how the Bane of Whispers gets to you.
Right. Can't have that.
Lewyck and Rionnal, what would you like to do from here?
I think Rionnal's gonna wait until we have cleared the area and we are in a space between the camp and the work site.
Sure. Are you going to start heading towards the construction site then?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
A small crowd of completely silent Banes follows you at a safe distance until you're like a little ways away from the camp, and then they just kind of peer down and watch. As you are doing so, you hear one of them say,
Does this mean we don't have to work today?
and that's the last thing you hear from them. Once you're a little ways away from the work, from the workers' camp, what did Rionnal want to say or do?
I have an idea for something that could cause quite a lot of chaos at the right time.
Let's hear it.
So, I think perhaps between the soap and the lantern, and if I get into the right place and direct the energies just so, I may be able to create a storm that will be quite unpleasant for all of the Banes down below.
Well, don't let me stop you.
Yes, well, I rather think that this will be easier if I can get somewhere high up that I'm unlikely to be disturbed. It might make sense for me to separate, for you to continue to Dusk and the shed.
I'm guessing Rionnal
Or
emphasizes the D in that word, as you just did.
Which word?
Shed. Like that.
Yes, probably yes.
Orange Saints, we're all going to be on our own, huh? All right. Well, why don't you take this thing then?
Can earpieces be transferred?
I'm going to say in this case,
Mid-session?
absolutely. I'm not going to say
Okay.
universally it's okay, but for now, for me, yes.
Okay, cool. Yes, that makes sense. Let me know when you need the distraction.
How am I going to let you know? Dusk, maybe?
Yes,
All right. I start heading.
you should find Dusk.
And Lewyck begins to trudge down the hill. Rionnal, where would you like to go?
So I imagine some of this construction, you said lots of girders and stuff. Rionnal's going to look for the highest point he can find in the construction site that he thinks he can climb up to.
Oh, easily found. I mean, there's sections of wall that are completed, and these are tall. Taller still than the keep that's in the center of the construction site. So is he going to fork to start heading towards one of the completed sections of wall?
Yeah.
Sure. This would bring him off of like the main worksite path that leads to the construction zone, and would mean that like the slope away from the construction area is not as muddy. It's more just dusty and stony, but it would require you skipping over like a nasty fetid stream now and again. But other than that, you'd be able to get quite close to the construction site before being bothered or approached in any way. Lewyck, you're still approaching the construction site directly, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be looking for what I could identify as a shed.
Yep, absolutely. And as you do so, you would, as you're getting a little bit closer, you would hear a couple of like voices piping up over the ambient like sound of construction noise.
Who's that? What's that doing?
And then eventually you hear another bark of a taskmaster.
Hey, Windsucker, what are you doing here?
I love that they all have different insults.
Yeah, apparently. Can I like just I rotate my head so it's still kind of like this, but you can still see the bottom of my face, and I'll go.
Don't you tell me to shush.
It gets its face up towards your like hooded face, and you can see like drool hanging from its mandibles, and it says,
Who sent you?
Oh, he's in my face, looking at me.
Can't see you because your hood is still down, but is like sticking its face up into yours.
Yeah. Interesting. I have something I could do, but I kind of wanted to play that I didn't know how to do it. Can I? Is he holding on me? In
No,
way?
he's not. He's not touching you.
Okay. Well, I will touch him then. I will grab to his. What is he wearing again? Patchwork.
Yeah, patchwork like plates. So you can like grab a plate.
Perfect. I will grab him by the neckline, pull him to me, so he's in my face, and I will say silence, and I will put my hand underneath his chin like this.
You see his many eyes are kind of looking around for a second. You can see that he kind of like turns a little bit to see if his workers are watching, which they are. And he kind of jerks away and says,
Fine, you don't need to be a jerk about it.
and kind of brushes off his chest and gives a couple little like,
Did you cast a spell on me or something?
and starts slapping his throat.
I just move away. Don't look back.
He looks over towards you and trudges back over to his workers. One of them says,
Wow, you really got your ass handed to you.
Shut up, back to work.
and as you trudge out through the build site, you hear a couple more like voices piping up.
What's that? Who's that doing that?
And you hear a couple more like, but for the most part, they're either shut down,
Shut up, back to work.
or you can see a few of the ones that witnessed that scene have rushed out to spread gossip. However, as you are marching into the construction site, obviously there's the keep at the center, and you are in view of the crappy sign that says in big, like, bleeding letters, "The Shed."
Ah, I have found it. And I will walk towards that.
Rionnal, you are first accosted as you start to get towards kind of the outer edge of the construction ring near some of the wall works. You're getting close to one of the huge kind of like long-necked creatures that are being used to haul things up high. You see as you get closer, it's somewhere between a giraffe, a praying mantis, and a stick insect, but fleshy and gross. And it also has like great like octopus, those octopus things that they used to like jet propel and things like that. Yeah, it has a bunch of those lacing the bottom of its body that just like exert smoke and goo out of them. So, hideous thing, kind of plucking and picking with its long, strange neck as it lifts up high with being overseen by taskmasters. And as you're getting closer, this would be the point at which, again, you would hear, much like Lewyck did, a lot of little voices.
What's that? Who's going on?
Before, again, a taskmaster would approach you.
Back off right now. This is a sealed site. We're building here.
Rionnal will stop, and he will. So the Taskmaster has several eyes, right?
Yep.
Do any of them look like more primary than others?
He has two big ones kind of near the nasal bridge, though he doesn't have a true nose, and then he has like two smaller ones flanking them on either side.
Okay. Rionnal will, in contrast to Lewyck's Strider eyes covered thing, he will actually tilt his head so that his eyes, so he's able to just stare directly into the Taskmaster's eyes, and he's just going to silently hold the Taskmaster's gaze.
It kind of hawks up a loogie and like holds it in its mandibles for a second as it says,
Start talking.
Rionnal will start to take an inhale of breath, and this inhale will turn into a very deep, which continues way longer than his lungs should be able to contain as the air starts to pull in and the heat starts leaving an area that would normally be his thunderclap. I'm going to use Flash Freeze to drain all of the heat from around this Taskmaster and flash freeze this area of around it.
frost crystals immediately form on the mud. Water crystals form in midair. A thin layer of frost coats the sections of wall that are finished. He shivers wildly as his little loogie freezes in his mandibles, sealing them together. The even the long picking creature that's currently lifting pieces into place kind of takes a couple long chopsticking steps backwards, uncomfortable in the cold. And he says, it's as though his teeth are sealed shut by the frozen. He says,
That doesn't answer my question.
Rionnal's going to just start walking past him.
Wait, I can't be having just anyone on a worksite. Do you have a permit? Do you have a pass? Were you told you could come here?
Rionnal's not, unless he physically gets in Rionnal's way, he's not going to stop.
And as your feet crunch on the now frozen mud.
Listen, you gotta understand, Zyle. I'm gonna lose my job if I don't report this. I gotta give you something. Give me something to work on. Or... I'm so cold.
I guess at that, Rionnal will stop, turn, and he'll do and then he'll continue.
Shoulda known. It's always those silence-obsessed weirdos coming in here thinking they don't have to report anything. They don't have to get any credentials. I'll show you. I'm gonna put an air horn up your asshole.
He starts shivering away and starts barking orders back to his crew. But how do you want to start climbing this half-finished section of wall? You could do it the manual way, but you also have the great creature that's lifting things into place, which is right next to this area. You also have areas of scaffolding for sections that aren't finished yet or sections that are yet to be built. Tons of options.
I think he's going to start on the scaffolding until he can reach a point where he's able to take just sort of take a sprint and use his Talaria to span the distance to reach the top of the wall.
Sure. The Talaria, even with a pretty good start, would get you maybe 2/3 of the way up. But the remainder has actual laddering built into the scaffolding.
Cool.
As you are climbing, Dusk. Now, after the growled interaction with the house following your call with Lewyck, you would notice something. So you have the little mini kitchen and breakfast nook, which adjoins to a living room area. Same decoration scheme, couple big armchairs, fireplace, like I said. And hanging just over the fireplace, slammed into the wall up to its haft, is a great battle axe.
I'm gonna pop it into the earpiece. Found the axe.
That'll be the end of your earpiece communication until you get the cooldown up. Because we just finished the conversation, so you can totally add that last piece onto it. This would be just before Lewyck passes it over to Rionnal too, so that information would be able to be conveyed. After saying so, you hear the house rumble to life again.
The mistress has reported to me that she is not expecting guests, but is intrigued.
Must be some mistake. I was told to come here. Maybe some Zyle who gave me bad directions. I don't know. Just the taskmaster.
Well, enter swiftly.
Just thinking quickly, the identity theft, what is like the appropriate level of deference to give this thing? I'm assuming Taskmaster would know that.
This is a very high ranking, probably the most high ranking Bane on the entire site. Just below Dirabella herself. And you would even know its name or title. This is the Butler.
The Butler. All right. I remember him. Wait, so is the axe embedded into the wall? Is that
Yep.
right?
And you
Okay,
would see that a door through the living room area, small and unmarked, pops open for you.
I would give the Bane the appropriate level of deference. Thank you, sir. I'll be swift.
Very swift.
And as you hurry through the door, it brings you down a long, thin staircase and into a dimly lit laboratory. I should say dimly lit's not the right word. Colorfully lit, but not thoroughly lit. It's impeccably clean in comparison to everything you've seen before. The machinery in here is of beautiful standards, and the whole thing is a maze of elaborate glass alembics and great metal boilers and churning colorful liquids everywhere. A small robot goes rolling by happily, and you can see that there are two women by a table. Mary, if you would. And you can see that I can, if you're trying to talk, I couldn't hear you there. But
I'm good now.
there you go, yeah. And as you come down into it, you can see, like I said, two women. One of them is smaller with two big blonde pigtails, though both of them are wearing like heavy protective gear. And you can see that the other one looks to be more middle-aged, tight, well-kept curly hair under a heavy hairnet. And you can see that the pigtailed one is taking notes, while the hair-netted one is currently taking a set of tweezers and placing something inside of a large, bubbling vat. The sound of the bubbling is some of the only noise in here. The rest of the construction site is completely quieted. But as you enter, she says, "State your business, please, Taskmaster."
I'm here to I'm here to take the young one here. Actually, here's a question. Is she known by anything else here?
She would be called by your rank Little Mistress.
Little Mistress. Here to take the Little Mistress for business up above.
That's very interesting. What kind of business? She doesn't even look at you or change her tone of voice whatsoever.
There was a couple of Zyles up above. The Silence, they were looking for her.
Zyles up above. Interesting. I'm guessing this is some sort of sabotage attempt by one of our rivals. Have they declared themselves?
I'm just following orders, madam.
I understand. Just remember whose orders come above all others. Thank you for reporting this. And she looks over and she says, "Avanya, darling, obviously I'm not going to send you up there by yourself." And she says, "In fact, I don't think I necessarily want to send you up there at all. Would you mind going and waiting in our parlor for our guests?"
Certainly.
She says, "Thank you very much, dear." And she says, "Oh, would you like to give our little errand runner a treat?"
Yes.
"Here you go." And she takes, almost like you take a dog treat out of a pocket, she takes out something that looks kind of like a Tide Pod and hands it to Avanya. And she says, "Very good, dear. Don't be too long. We have much to do today."
I'll be back shortly. And she goes over to hand, the Taskmaster?
Yeah, Taskmaster.
The little treat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll take it. How does this work? How illusory are these mandibles I have? Would I be able to sort of not exactly palm it, but like if I'm putting it through the mandibles that are actually taller than my actual person and just like drop it down and catch it or something like that.
I am A-okay with that. I'm not gonna codify the exact dynamics of this illusion, but that sounds very congruent to me.
Right. So and just like.
And so to Avanya, it would look like he swallows it down. As Avanya starts to go up the stairs, would Dusk like to follow behind?
Yes.
As you follow up, as you enter into the parlor beyond, you hear the rumble of the butler saying, "Little mistress, would you like any tea?"
Yes, please.
Of course. And anything else I can help you with? Would you perhaps like your petticoat, or would you prefer to remain in your work gear?
This is fine, I think. I shouldn't be too long.
Very good, little mistress.
Tea is on the kettle. And you hear the whistling of a kettle. What would Dusk like to do?
Pray for help to arrive.
In that case, Mary, that'll be all for the moment at the very least. But I'm going to
Bye.
jump back over to Lewyck if he's about. Captain, are you here?
Yep.
Very good. Now, you have made your way over to the shed. What would you like to do from here?
Right. As I'm heading towards the shed, I start just muttering to myself, okay, so I don't have the earring anymore. Rionnal's going to need some sort of sign. And Dusk is in there. All right, Saints, this is why we stick together. All right, then I'm going to have to do a sign of my own whenever he's ready. I think for now, I don't want to just, what is that called? Just sit in front of the shed for a long time, because that's going to be more suspicious than anything else.
Mm.
So, does it look like there's anyone guarding the shed?
No.
Okay. And I wouldn't know any better. The shed doors, what do they look like?
Yep, it's a
Or
great
the
set of
entrance?
heavily armored double doors.
Okay. But I was told it is alive. Does it look alive?
No, it looks like an oversized armored outhouse.
Okay. Well, I'm going to believe my my fellow compatriot that it's alive in some way. I'm not going to be able to just sneak into an alive thing. Can't just sneak into someone's mouth without it noticing.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, is there like a group of workers about, like
Yes.
like how we had to deal with a taskmaster and some imps? I'm going to call them, but I don't know what's the better word for it.
Sure.
Around.
At this point, Dusk would know, but we haven't gotten to that about him yet. But anyways, yes, there are several groups of workers nearby. You can see that they are digging some sort of trenches, maybe laying sewage piping leading up to the shed itself within the inner courtyard of the walls being constructed.
Okay. And I will take a look up to the skies just to see if I happen to see Rionnal in some way.
Looking up and about, with how dark it is and how muddied everyone is, and the fact that you guys are wearing patchwork coats, you do not see Rionnal.
And no weather changes as of yet.
Nope. Just the same roiling, noxious dark clouds.
All right, well, time to harass another taskmaster then.
What do you want to do?
I'm gonna head over to a work camp. That seems to be like they seem to be really like overworked, overstressed.
Sure. So in that case, does that mean you want to leave the construction site and head out to one of the work camps, or to go to one of like the smaller mini work zones within the construction site?
Mini work zones. I want to see like the closest to the shed, perhaps.
In that case, that
So
would be
maybe I
probably
should
the sewage piping that I was just describing.
Perfect. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. And as you start walking towards that, you see that the workers look up, and a few of them look scared, a few of them look excited. They start whispering amongst themselves, and their taskmaster pulls out his whip and cracks it menacingly in the air. What do you want to do? The taskmaster has not noticed you yet.
Oh, he's just whipping the. Yeah. ready to whip them. I've heard. Well, I'm just trying to waste time right now. So if anything, I'm just going to stand here menacingly, looking at him.
It takes him several seconds to notice, and then he slowly looks around, and then his jaws kind of flare a little bit, and he gives a little.
Have I been able to get close enough to him to be within striking range?
For sure.
Yeah, perfect. I will just, from beneath my cloak, take out my sword and stab into him.
Where on
chest?
Where on his person? Chest, you said?
Yeah.
Are you aiming for an unarmored area, or do you not care about going through armor?
Yeah, I guess I would be for an unarmored area, but I don't know if there is one.
Yeah, he has one kind of up here. And
perfect.
His hands kind of scrabble at the blade for a moment.
I just, with my might, push him down a little and then look to the imps.
Yep.
And I will say, "You heard of me? You want to stop working?"
Oh, they smile at this.
Yeah.
Good. I look up to the sky again.
And at this point, oh, you sorry, Lewyck, you had a follow-up thing?
All right. The sky is to change. And then you scream with me.
Scream? But aren't you from the Bane of Silence?
The silence will be no more.
Oh, that's interesting.
They look at each other and say,
Okay, and then we don't have to work?
Indeed. I pin him down to the ground.
They completely ignore his death as they start doing a little dance with each other and saying,
No work, yeah!
But before we go further with that, Rionnal, you have climbed up to the top of the most completed section of wall.
Cool.
You're near the heads of some of the great lifting creatures, which eye you up as you do so, and in a few cases make little noises as they're hauling things into place. You can see there's a couple other workers up here as well, but these are mostly smaller Banes that when they see you scurry away, dragging their like mortar buckets with them and like spilling things everywhere as they do.
So Rionnal is going to take out the lantern, and he's going to place it down, and then he's going to take his spear and he's going to scrape out a large circle around the lantern. He's going to reach up into his hair, and he's going to pluck these 5 crystal lightning-shaped gems that he has magically affixed, and he's going to place them in a star pattern around the lantern.
Yep.
Then he's going to take out the flask of soap, uncork it, place it in one of the 5 quadrants he's now created in this circle. He's going to place his spear pointing straight up in another, and he's going to take his bowdran in his hand and sit down in not next to either of those quadrants, but opposite. So those 2 are next to each other, and then he's sort of at the point, you know? And then he's going to take a breath, hold it. I assume I can activate Breathless Silence at the same time that I'm doing Storm Brewing.
Remind me the wording on it.
So Breathless Silence is he can create a thin wall of super dense air that blocks sound below a certain threshold from passing through it. And the paired action for this is always holding his breath, and the wall lasts as long as he holds his breath.
Yep, I'm A-okay with that. You can begin your Storm Brewing.
Cool. And yeah, so he's going to start Storm Brewing, which for Rionnal is always paired with his drum. And I'm sort of doing some energy work to blend Storm Brewing and Manifesting here.
Yeah.
And basically the Thunderbolts, that's what those are, and the Circle and the Spear are all serving as conduits to help Rionnal safely channel the power of the flame. While the soap is mostly there as a just sort of an arcane component to sort of anchor his intentions.
Yeah.
And so he's trying to channel this energy along with his own up through the spear into the clouds to start purifying them and give them a mystical, no, not mystical. That's the word, not the word I want, but like a supernatural quality of cleanliness.
In that case, what is going to be your paired action for the Storm Brewing? You mentioned working with your drum, which is a standard for him, but are there any other pieces to it? If not, what is the nature of the song, if you can give some details on it?
So I think he's gonna go back to something his mother used to sing him when he was a child.
And his mother is very relevant here to remind.
Yes. His mother is the summer wind, the south wind herself, a goddess in her fullness, and gentle and warm to Rionnal's cold harshness. And he's gonna go back to a song of his childhood, a song that is it's not a lullaby. It's a dance tune. It's one of the first dances that the children of his village really learn to do. It's fairly simple, but it's fun and it's moving and it's very interactive. And it tells us it's also one of those like children's songs that teaches children the right ways to behave. And in fact, I'm going to go so far as to say it tells a story that tells the consequences of not bathing often enough.
And as you begin to play this, the top of your spear would start sparking gently, but then, rather than discharging electricity, bubbles start to pop off of the tip and rise up towards the sky, one by one. Lewyck, down below, before we go back to Dusk. Having spoken to the smaller Banes, which are now celebrating, your eyes would be drawn to something. Up high on the wall, you can see that there's something that to your eyes looks kind of like an aerial or like a small stick that has a couple quick flashes of electricity. And then you can see beautiful little opalescent bubbles start to drift up from it. Very small from your perspective, but eye-catching. If nothing else, if for no other reason, but for the enormously different color palette from everything else around here.
Okay. Well, I think I'll let it cook for at least a couple of minutes. I'll just point out. I will just look on above, like very obviously, without saying anything, as the imps are dancing about.
And at the same time as Rionnal is playing, your silence only holds while you hold your breath. So
yes.
This is going to be on the quick side, unless you're okay with prolonging it after the silence ends.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I will also mention that this is why Rionnal has double vigor.
I was about to add that your vigor will make it so that you can hold your breath longer while doing this. And because of this, as Lewyck watches on, over 30 seconds and then a minute, bubbles rise heavenwards, out of sight for him, but you can see that the awful choking clouds are starting to loosen in some cases. And after about a minute of this, as Rionnal's breath is starting to run very low within his lungs, a ray of sunlight comes through the clouds. And this by itself pauses all work in the construction site, as Banes look around, squinting their eyes and covering them with their hands to look on and see what the heck is going on. Lewyck, what would you like to do?
At that moment, I will take a deep breath as I see the light come out, and I will let out a loud Garanthex. I will let out a bestial roar, my perk.
Yeah.
Where as I scream out a roar, it comes out as a deep, otherworldly, and resonating sound, and any who may join may have their voice converted to the same.
And as you do so, the imps, having, to use your words, having quickly realized that they needed to join in with you or else be killed, start to add their voices, but their voices sound less like roaring of a lion and more like the awful overlayered humming of giant cicadas. Still bestial, still otherworldly, but much more befitting their
Yeah.
nature. The noise is wild and loud, and quickly pulls eyes from around the camp towards your position right out in front of the shed.
Okay. So this roar as well should enhance its fear effect.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully, if Rionnal hears it as well, does it? Well, I guess I wouldn't know anyway. So what I have also on the Garanthex is another perk. The other perk is Onslaught. When I finish, any allies that have participated will gain a magically empowered charge attack. And so as I'm gonna let because I've done a deep breath, or I'm gonna hold this roar for as long as I can. And then when it stops, I will attack towards the shed.
And in this case, Rionnal, your silence drops as Lewyck's roar starts. You hear the wild, strange noise from below, joined with the buzzing of the cicadas. Garanthex does have a kind of an implicit prompt to join, but it is not a compulsion, and as such, it is up to you whether Rionnal would participate or not.
Yeah, actually, I think Rionnal will after taking a deep breath, he will absolutely participate, and he will transition the song from the one that he was playing into something more aggressive, something more an epic about the destruction of a demon at the hands of a great hero.
And as you do so, something very substantial happens. All 5 of your lightning bolts discharge simultaneously into your spear. The soap, in so doing, dissolves with it, evaporates into the air from inside of the flask, and the flame within the torch shudders. The spear discharges a great bolt to the heavens, and the clouds part, and a sun shower begins. Rain starts to fall down towards the construction site. To Lewyck and Rionnal's nose, it smells sweet, but you immediately hear the shrieks of the Banes, and you hear them screaming,
"Soap from the skies! Scoop from above!"
as they go diving for cover to hide from the deluge.
Melting.
As they go
I
scrambling,
charge with my shield towards the. I guess this is when my roar probably ends.
Yep.
As it ends, I charge towards the gates, the iron gates with my shield.
Yep, the great doors.
To ram it as a battering.
And as you slam into the shed, we're going to jump back inside briefly to Dusk. Now,
All right.
with Avanya seated in one of the great armchairs, there's like a moment of waiting inside of this building. The sounds of the construction site outside are quite deadened, and it is only broken after about 30 seconds by the butler saying, "Tea is finished, little mistress." And then a nearby table, which you can see is actually a Bane that has been painted to look like a table, comes clunking over with a little cup of tea for Avanya to drink.
Thank you.
I have a thing.
Yes, what do you have?
If you will allow it. I would like to activate maximum security on Avanya on the uncharted area that is the state of her mind.
Interesting. Let's
The
hear it.
prize being her true self.
Okay. In that case, what are the defenses?
I am pitching that the defenses are related to suppressed memories. The first of which is of the Enclave.
All right. I will add another piece to this. Because we want to have something tangible here. Dusk would notice, as he is kind of standing very awkwardly while Avanya sips her tea, that behind her in a small, beautiful writing desk, there is a diary with her name on it.
My friend made this for me.
Nice.
Nice.
It's great. I keep my notes in there. She does little doodles too.
I accept this maximum security in full.
So, the first thing I would like to do, can I even sit at this table? Am I like too large for that? Or
Oh no, this little table that scuttled over to her was like an end table size, but there is another
Okay.
armchair clearly waiting for whatever other dignitary is supposed to come here.
okay, so she's just like standing, drinking her
Oh
tea.
no, she's sitting. She's in one of two armchairs.
Okay, then I'll sit in the other armchair.
As you go to do so, you hear a shudder from the building as the butler says, "Know your place, puke."
Apologies, sir. And just stand in front of Avanya, and I want to flash her badge
How would
As an
Avanya react to
attention.
this?
to you. Yeah.
Are we
Or
canonizing
reaction.
that it's a repressed memory?
We are canonizing that as a repressed memory, but it is still repressed.
Okay. Just kind of looks at it. Is this for me?
And speaking like low, hopefully the house can't hear too much. It is yours.
As you say that, you hear a booming voice that says immediately, "Do not speak to the little mistress, puke. Know your place or be put in it."
I'll just bow my head in silence, but continue to kind of hold it out close to my body, so hopefully the house doesn't see it, but she can.
What would Avanya do?
I'm not really allowed to touch anything unless Dirabella says it's okay, so I don't know what that is. Is it a button? Can I activate something?
The butler's
That'd be pretty
voice
cool.
emanates again. "You may speak when spoken to. Respond to her."
And I hold it out to her a little bit more. It's yours if you were to take it. You were on a mission once. Here, remember?
And
I don't think so.
as this is said, however, you guys hear a sudden boom outside. It's faint because the house kind of keeps it quiet, and then you feel a shudder within the house, and you hear a deep growl from the butler.
Think, Avanya, how did you get to this place?
And then you hear, "Quiet. Little mistress, please, a moment." And then a great growl, and you see the walls kind of bend slightly and shudder. Ugh. Pain. Great pain. "Little mistress, flee back into the lab. Danger is afoot now."
Avanya will get up. She'll probably grab her notebook off the table and then go into the lab.
As she does so, Dusk, what do you want
Can
to
I
do?
do something first?
Yeah.
So I still have the Overseer's whip.
Yep.
I want to use it to whip around her waist.
This is done easily.
Yank her back.
Avanya is pulled
please.
staggering backwards to be next to the disguised Dusk. What does she want to do? She has never been touched by a Bane before.
Like, backhand him. What the hell?
And as she swings, her swing misses completely, given that your illusion is much taller than you are. So it would be like your hand just misses as you swing.
Anya, I'm with the Enclave. Heroes like you. Remember.
Everything in Avanya's mind screams danger.
She'll thunderclap at him to try to propel herself backwards into the lab.
And Dusk is caught full in the face by a thunderclap. This throws him backwards, crashing into the wall. He is completely deafened, and his disguise drops. Avanya is thrown safely, for her, down the great staircase and lands on her feet, running back down towards Dirabella in the lab. Before we go further with her, though, Lewyck slams into the door. And you can see that the building that you've crashed into gives a slight shudder, and then you hear a cracking noise. And a rumbling noise. As the building lifts itself up. I have actually a little diagram of kind of what this looks like from the first time this was encountered on the original mission. But sorry, you had a thing?
Yeah, I just so I have I was hoping anyway that my onslaught empowered attack would allow me to battering ram.
Oh, of course. It doesn't allow it to bash through the gate, but it does open. It does cause the house to begin to reveal its true form. Imagine, if you will, an 8-legged creature with perfect symmetry, with its face and mouth underslung. So the face and mouth point below the body. If we were looking at size, it would be about that big.
Okay.
And so you can imagine the walls unfolding out into the huge column-like legs, and the roof of the building unfolding out into the strange flat body with its awful gaping mouth underneath, ringed with eyes. You can see the axe is embedded in part of the ring mouth. And all of the stuff that was inside the building, the furniture and the stuff like that, just kind of falls apart, and little banes scurry out because most of them were imitating furniture in the first place. Oh. And as it lifts up, and the underslung mouth and eyes look towards you, you hear a great booming voice say, "Another fool to the slaughter." It shudders wildly.
I hold up my half pike with my banner.
Yep.
And I yell out, "Sons of Mazangi! Honor calls! Cleanse this land and help me in aid!" And I call for, it could be soldiers, but I was hoping for the Sons of Mazangi, people from my land.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a compromise because that would be a pretty powerful call-in because of the backstory that we've established for those characters.
Sure.
I'm going to say distant cousins.
That's fair. They're still sons.
Suffice to say, 3 powerful, large, well-armored knights atop strange, outlandish animals summon in around you. And as they begin to look up, the great shuddering butler reaches, kind of plunges forward as its legs start to bend, and it kind of squats its whole body down, mouth first, to try to engulf you in a great chomp. What do you want to do?
I stomp down on the ground, and I call upon a shield wall that perhaps is a little bit of energy work, because the majority of the point is not to actually shield anything, but mostly to cause to be very tall and stop the impact as it goes down. So that they come off the ground like great columns.
Yep.
To stop it from slamming down on top of us.
I see what you mean. And as the shield walls come up, the force of the butler's body slamming into it actually embeds the shields into the earth, and this is not something you'll hear me say often about a shield wall, causes them to buckle. However...
So to do this, I've raised my half pike up just as I'm doing the motion.
Yep.
But then I will look to get from under here. So one of the allies that I called upon with the beast, perhaps, am I able to climb aboard?
Yeah, absolutely you can climb aboard. There's a man next to you who wields a great two-handed morning star and is riding on the back of a bear.
Okay. Does your cub have space for 2? As I start to sling my legs over it.
"Only for such a second, such as yourself, sir,"
he says, as his bear kind of rears up and takes a swipe at the jaws. You can imagine, if you've conceived of the mythical creature a Charybdis, you can imagine the jaws of the butler being like that. Just a round blender of a hole lined with teeth, which currently strains and gropes, as though it's unhinging to try to crush the great shields you've summoned, but not before getting one of its teeth knocked out by the great mace. In the meantime, the other two knights have leapt into action. One goes racing off underneath the creature's body to the right. The other one backs off a little behind you to the left and begins to hew at one of its legs with their great weapon. Immediate follow-up from Lewyck before I go to Rionnal.
As I see this, I point my banner towards that, and I say, "Men, strike down the legs! Bring it down!" And I'll start hacking away with my sword as well.
The bear knight takes.
No, I have the hack fight, so I can just, as we ride, I can just strike that into the leg.
Yeah, the bear knight takes a great step backwards with his mount, has it rear down, and then plunges towards the great leg, bringing you onto the other side alongside the other knight. The other one, however, has called over his shoulder, "Wounded over here, sir!" as he goes racing back with a prone figure on the back of his mount. It is Dusk, no longer in camouflage, but completely unconscious. As he goes racing over this knight of Lewyck, let's jump back over to Rionnal, who has just completed this massive storm brewing, which has brought the sun shower.
So I was going to pitch that Rionnal would keep storm brewing. Is that possible? Can he continue to intensify the storm? And
sure. How would you like to intensify the storm?
So he's going to he's actually going to disconnect from the power of the lantern for safety, because at this point the purification energy is already in the rain, and now he's going to climb to his feet, and in what is, I think, more uncommon for him, he's going to start dancing as he continues to play his bodhran. And I also question, this isn't something necessarily that Rionnal knows, but this is something I, the player, want to pitch. The lab is below the shed or next to the shed?
Below the shed, built into the entrance built into the wall of the slope. However, as you get to your feet and begin to dance, two of the great construction banes lurch towards you. Both of them are in agony. The banes all over the construction site are screaming and writhing and fleeing and hiding and doing anything they can to get out of the rain. But these great construction banes absolutely cannot, and as such, enraged, they lunge towards you. Only their heads are at height to attack you, but each of their heads is larger than your body, and each head has a set of small underslung limbs, almost like developed mandibles, on top of their strange bug-like visages, long, segmented necks, and strange barb-like tongues, which lash out like harpoons.
What stats would you say govern the ability to dance and dodge at the same time?
Well, dancing is going to be largely a matter of skill and reflex. Dodging is almost entirely a matter of reflex if you're doing it reactively.
And if he's trying to be more predictive, would his sensory count for that?
It depends on how you use it. So, for example, given that these two things are rearing up on either side of you, you can only pay attention to one at a time. What would you be trying to look for in one at a time?
I think he wants to try and... Actually, I think I have a way to pitch him being able to use his vitality. I think he wants to move in such a way as to confuse them as to where he's going to be at any particular moment in time, and to try and trick them into lunging at inopportune moments when he wants them to, and he's able to more easily get into areas where they're not going to be.
Give me an example of what that might look like. If you don't have to think about it, that's fine, but I want to hear an example.
No, actually, I absolutely. What that would look like is it would look like establishing a pattern in the way that his steps are taking, and convincing them that he's going to continue following that pattern and breaking it at just the right moment and moving in the opposite direction with a completely new pattern.
Okay, so using vitality to feign a predictable dance step and focus them on it, and then break the predictable dance step at the last moment, roughly.
Yeah.
Vitality, reflex, vigor, and skill stats, please.
1 vitality, 2 vigor, 1 skill.
Okay, thank you very much. Nice. In that case, from the first kind of planned lunge, As you make your way along and then jump at the last moment, one of their necks kind of like lunges forwards, its head slams into the ground, its underslung limbs scrabbling everywhere, and its harpoon tongue lashing out. But as it draws itself back, the other one comes plunging in from the other side. This one was less well predicted. How do you want to respond to that? You've just skipped backwards, shifted your attention. What do you want to do as this second great head is starting to plunge in towards you?
You know what they're not going to expect is they're not going to expect me to be able to jump up into the air and start dancing on the air itself using my Talaria.
Okay, how are you going to build up the momentum to stay up there for more than like 1 or 2 steps, or is 1 or 2 steps all you need?
I think 1 or 2 steps is enough to get up on top of this thing's head and start dancing on its head.
Yeah, that is true. And as you leap up, take 1-2 steps in the air, and land on the top of its head, you find the top of its head to be rather flat, and more notably, actually have a platform built into the back with a set of reins for use by a driver.
Cool. Rionnal's going to just start tap dancing, essentially, on its head.
And as you do so, its great neck plunges and it starts to kind of swing itself back and forth. Like if you ever seen giraffes fight, where they like swing their necks into each other, imagine that. But it's not swinging a neck into another one of its own kind. It's trying to swing its neck and the back of its head into the built wall. So you get about 5 seconds of dancing before it starts to swing wildly.
Cool.
What do you want to do?
So, when it starts swinging vaguely in the direction of the shed and the fight, because I can see that the shed has sort of lifted itself up, right?
Yes,
like this is a big landmark thing. Rionnal will stop dancing, continue playing his Talaria, but flare his cloak and let the thing's momentum toss him over towards that fight.
He goes soaring out over the air, with a gentle, soap-smelling rain playing about him as he does so, and begins to glide down towards the battle, which is, at this point, in full swing. Lewyck, jumping back to you. You have hewed away at the great column leg. Oh, pardon, Rionnal, a quick follow-up before
I just wanted to pitch,
please.
So Rionnal's goal with this was to intensify the rain, and hopefully to the point of, like, causing flooding.
Oh, thank you. That's good for you to finish that so that I actually know what you're going for with this. Okay. That is good and appropriate.
And I want to pitch that the flooding starts getting into the lab and that the purifying qualities of the rain might have an impact on Brain is doing the name thing.
Avanya?
On Avanya's memories.
Shit. Okay. Well, we'll get to that in a moment. But before that, Lewyck. With Half-Pike, you have taken a few great gouges out of the leg, but I should note, even for you and these 2 knights, with your large weapons and great strength, the leg is very sturdy. Like, you clearly wound it, but nowhere near enough to bring the thing down, and the leg starts to move. You can the great body of the butler is starting to, if this is a bird's eye view, is starting to turn to get the wounded leg away from you and to get healthy legs stomping into position. As its legs, every time they lift and stomp back down, it is clearly trying to smash you guys underfoot. What do you want to do from here?
The wounded leg, does it look at least like you can't put as much of its weight on it?
You do not see any difference in the way it is moving yet.
Okay. I will continue on, and I'll slide off the bear because I just got handed Dusk, right? So
Yep.
Dusk was just deposited near me. So I go down, I put my weapons, I sheath my weapons back, and I gather up Dusk. Dusk, you with me?
And at this point, Dusk, you are only faintly starting to come back to your senses. It's as though you have 2 huge wads of cotton shoved in your ears, and Lewyck is only a faint shape over your head. Remind me, Lewyck's vitality stat.
2.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was that. So because of his vitality stat, your attention would be, despite your like dazedness, pulled to his face.
In fact, I might just do. I'll give him a light slap on the face, and I'll say, "Avanya, we must find her. Give her that badge you have."
And Dusk
It
will
is up
come
to
back
you.
to his senses enough to hear the last of what Lewyck is saying.
Badge. Did I lose the badge when I got thunderclapped?
Yes, you did.
Lost it. Found her. She's too powerful.
You lost it.
Lewyck, before you
How
go
come
further,
you came
one
up?
of the great legs is moving into position to try to stomp you. What do you want to do with Dusk still in your arms?
Okay. Well, I don't have any like physical movement stats. So I think as I see that happening, I think I'm gonna just like throw Dusk
Yeah.
away.
Yep.
And I guess I can have I'll keep going with a luck pitch of mud that he lands in a soft patch of mud so it doesn't hurt him.
I think at this point there's lots of mud.
There's a ton of mud, and it's clean mud for once.
Right?
Clean mud.
And
You're lucky,
then
Duck.
and I toss him, and then I will hold out my shield as I try to just jump out of the way, but I don't think that's going to fully work.
And as you do so, the foot comes slamming down, and Lewyck's arm is popped clean out of its socket, completely dislocated. The shield is a shattered mess on the ground, and his arm hangs loose at his side. It happens so fast and effortlessly that for a moment he doesn't even feel it.
Yeah. I think as I gather myself up and see my arm just kind of flopping, I will do a moment of defiance. I don't have will, but I think it's enough to have the default. And I'll say, well, this will make my arms speech a bit ironic.
And as the pain is kept briefly at bay, immediate follow-ups from Lewyck.
Well, I need to get someone to set this back, perhaps. I could probably perhaps try a rally, but I don't think I have anything to rally off of. I will yell out to a nearby knight. And to me! And I start hobbling over there.
And as you do so, one of them, not the one on the bear, but in this case, one that is riding atop, like, imagine the most jacked rabbit. I like that, actually. The most jacked rabbit you can imagine with, like, ram's horns.
Perfect.
And
do you know how to set an arm?
Certainly, young Kosh. Come this way.
He comes riding over, or, like, lopping over on his bunny, and then, like, swings his way off. And the Mzengi family are all very built, very powerful boys. And as such, he says, "Do you have anything to bite on?"
I grab up my sword and
And as he does so, he takes your other shoulder in his hands and sets your arm in place and pulls together with all of his great power. And with a yell, you feel a thing inside of you as the bone resets. You can feel that your hand is like horribly bruised and mangled, but it is at least usable in current state and doesn't seem to be easily settable like your arm was. The Mzengi guy pats you on the back and says,
"How do you feel, son?"
Let's see if I can hold my shield. I grab it up.
The shield is as crumpled as spent aluminum.
Oh. Well, that's a bigger problem.
You can hold it.
I can. Good.
As he does so, he jumps back aboard his mount and says,
"One leg nearly down, sir."
As he goes charging off after the other two knights, who are currently almost through bringing down one of the 8 mighty legs.
Wait. Take me with you. I have an idea.
His rabbit comes skidding to a halt. He hops backwards and hauls you aboard. As he does so, however, you can see that the butler has, at this point, with one leg now injured, it pulls the leg back so it's no longer close to the ground and just keeps it up near the top of its strange body. And you can hear it give a roar of pain and frustration as, currently above all of you, it drops its body into a full body slam. Effective, like, imagine the roof of a building just coming down on top of all of you. What do you want to do as it drops?
Hop! Damn it! Hop!
And Dusk, you've been thrown into a mud puddle. For probably the first time in your life, it's actually blessed relief having clean watered mud flowing past your face. However, after a couple moments of complete bleariness, you can start to come to your senses more properly. This is the point at which Lewyck is getting his arm reset that you see. You can see the butler above your head, its eyes rolling about, its underslung jaws flexing and roaring, and its legs being hewn at by some of Lewyck's knights.
So I want to look towards where the shed used to be.
Yep.
And do a recheck on Case the Joint to determine the likely position of Avanya's badge.
Yep. That's an excellent use, actually. In that case, based on where it blew through, you know where the wall previously was. It would have hit the wall. Yeah, it would be like less than 20 feet away from you, kind of in the general direction of where the laboratory door is, which is still visible in the side of the slope.
Yeah, I'm going to sprint towards that.
In this case, it's more like a drunken scrabble. Yeah. And then as you get to your feet, it's more like a sloshing sprint through the mud. And where it is located, there is a great pool of water.
I'll wade out into it.
And
is it really deep?
It comes up to your shins.
That's not so bad.
And sloshing about, your feet find it.
All right.
The badge looks to be almost completely intact.
Almost.
I heard these things were indestructible.
Yeah, what do you mean by almost?
The only thing besides it being intact is that it has a little slick of mud and grease on it. Which comes off instantly as you rub it off. And it's at this point that you hear Lewyck roar, "Hop, damn it," as above yours and everyone else's head, the butler collapses in a body slam towards all of you. What do you want to do?
Dive, if I can, as far away from this as I can.
And you hit the deck in the mud puddle, and you feel a great concussive wave hit around you. You were in shallow water, and you're in a textured area of ground, and yet even so, for a moment, you feel a horrible pressure as the butler's body pushes you into the ground, into the mud, under the water. Your mouth and nose are completely submerged. Your face is shoved into the water. Remind me your reflex stat.
2.
Okay. You're not going to be getting a broken bone out of this.
Sweet.
But
spread out the...
You feel the butler's body lift, and you can pull yourself up out of the water, spluttering almost certainly from the mud. Rionnal, you are gliding towards the butler. As from your perspective, you can see the entirety of its massive, 8-fold body as it stomps about, and then your allies go rushing beneath, trying to fight it. You can't make out all the details, but as you get closer, what would you like to do?
So first of all, I'd like to make a luck pitch that when the butler slams its body into the ground, it drives the axe deeper into itself.
I am 100% okay with that luck pitch. No stat check needed.
Cool. And then Rionnal would like to... He's going to stow his bowdran.
Yep.
He's going to grab his shotgun.
Yep.
And he's going to snap out of the blue straight on top of the butler.
You hit it just as it is coming back up from the ground, and you hear it roar with such force that your body shakes atop it. Landing atop the butler, you can imagine it like wing walking on an airplane, but the airplane is the size of a house, right? It's very solid, very firm, and its body moves in a fleshy way that is very disconcerting to be standing on. However, on the top of its body, its mouth and its eyes are underslung. So from everything you can tell, it can't see you, though presumably it can feel you. There's a huge, awful, jagged, burning gash on its back where you struck it. What do you want to do immediately after out of the blue?
Load both shots straight into where I've already wounded it.
Yep. And you can see an awful orange bile steeping out.
And I'd like to use my Thunderer's dash ability.
Yep.
To just make for the nearest edge of the thing, because I have a feeling it's going to react.
And as you do so, imagine in the center of its body, where the head and mouth, where the mouth and eyes are underslung, that center body rotates on itself, such that the mouth and the eyes are facing up. And you can see the whole body shudders as its wild rolling eyes that rim its mouth all stare towards you, with its mouth hacking and spluttering, and the huge axe is gouged deep in its mouth like a fish hook. And as it kind of turned its mouth about, the wound reopened as it kind of pulled the axe inside of itself, like a fish struggling against aforementioned hook. However, as you dash towards the edge of its body, it bows up its body, like when you're drawing in an umbrella, creating kind of a wall of flesh in front of you, using its not quite fully extended legs to prevent you from leaping off again. So it's kind of like using its body to keep you in close to it. It rumbles and hisses and spews bile from its wounds as it says, "Prick me with a pin, did you?" What would you like to do from here?
Well, I'd like to ask the question of how it feels about the fact that there's now this purified rain pooling up on top of its face.
Clearly not good. You can see that obviously these things don't look pretty at the best of times. However, the rain is causing it to lace out in awful boils all across itself, many of which are popping and leaving nasty open sores.
So the walls are made from its legs, right?
Yeah, you can think of the body as being kind of like an umbrella, but instead of the tines of the umbrella extend further and are much bigger and are its legs. So if you were to look at it from above, do you want me to draw a diagram, or do you think?
No, I think I get the gist.
Yeah.
My question is, so one of its legs is heavily wounded, right?
Very badly, yeah.
Cool. So Rionnal's gonna begin reloading his shotgun, and he's gonna sprint for the most wounded section.
You can see the wounded leg because I mentioned it had been pulled up. It doesn't want it on the ground, so you can actually see it above the edge of its body.
Okay.
And as you go running towards it, however, again, think of a folded up umbrella. It divots the area that you are in to make like a chasm within its flesh. And as it does so, this presents like another substantial wall in front of you and a wall behind you, leading straight to its mouth in one direction. And from there, its mouth starts to vomit out a horrid pool of sludge that flows down the chasm of its body folds towards you.
So at this point, I'm running full speed.
Yep.
Right? And I want to just start between my Talaria and just leaping up and pushing off the sides of this chasm, this wall. Yep. I just want to start sprinting up the chasm.
Wall running 6 steps brings you to the top. You get a hand on it and you can pull yourself up over the edge. You hear a roar of frustration as it flattens out its body again, giving you another couple moments to sprint towards its wounded leg. Your shotgun is now reloaded. You are within firing distance. What do you want to do, or do you want to get all the way up close?
Is my Thunderclap still on cooldown?
Thunderclap is up. You have it.
Cool. Then I would like to get as close as I can, but as soon as it starts to look like I'm in danger of not being able to get to the wounded section, I'm going to unload with the Thunderclap channeling through Thunderer.
Oh, sick. Is this a Thunderclap aimed outwards, or are you aiming it behind yourself?
I think I aimed outward. I'm just trying to blow its leg off.
Yep.
Essentially.
And 1, 2, the great leg goes sailing off of it. And you hear another mighty roar of frustration and pain. Its whole body, if its body had been relatively flat, I mean, it's, making caves and valleys with its folds, but if its body's been relatively flat this time, it suddenly veers in this direction like a tilting table, and you feel yourself sliding down towards the ground in the general direction of the leg stump.
Sounds like a great opportunity to jump and glide out and over the thing.
And as you do so, you dodge another puddle of vomit that it's barfed down after you to try to catch you. Another roar of anger. Before we go further there, as Rionnal goes gliding out to safety, relative safety, amidst the sun shower of purifying nature that he has produced, let's jump back over to Dusk.
All right.
Having clambered back to your feet after being pulverized into the mud, what do you want to do?
Okay. How far am I from the laboratory door?
You are about a 10 seconds fast slog through the mud.
Gonna make my way towards that.
And as you do so, you hear the shots and the roars of Rionnal fighting above. You can see the butler's mouth and eye part rotate around within its body, and you can see the horrid gash that the axe leaves as it rotates once again. But you reach the laboratory door untouched. It is absolutely pooling with water, with mud racing off and down in little rivulets around you in every direction.
I'm assuming the door is closed.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Try to open it. Locked. Open?
Yep.
Can I see what the locking mechanism is?
The locking mechanism is a Bane pretending to be a lock.
I'm going to take my stiletto and stab it.
Ow!
As if I were lockpicking, but
Ow, ow,
twist.
Ow, get that thing off me. Ow, ow, ooh, ah, my kidney.
And as you poke at it, you notice it doesn't even bleed. But as you pull it out, it says,
Keep that thing to yourself, jerk.
Stab it a bunch of times.
Ow.
as you poke away at it. I am going to jump back over to Avanya. Reason being is that after racing back down to the laboratory with her diary in her hand, at the bottom, she finds dear Bella hard at work as per usual. The doors slam shut behind her and all the sound of the battle vanish. Dear Bella says, "How did it go?"
It turned out the person was actually disguised as the I don't remember any of the terminology. The Bane that came saying that there was a person here, that was the person.
Oh, they were
They were
tricking us?
disguised.
That's rude.
It's very rude. He tried to give me a button, and I asked if it did anything, and he just kept saying that it was my button.
Oh, that's very strange.
And then I clapped him into the wall, and now the butler's dealing with him.
Good girl. That's very, very good. I would have done the same had I your great power and potential. But as you know, we each have our own strengths. And speaking of our own strengths, this, she produces a strange frothing cup of something, is exactly what we have been working towards. She corks it, and she says, "Would you be a darling and bring this over to our storage cooler, please?"
Of course.
Thank you, dear. And as Avanya brings it over to the storage cooler, she's very familiar with the layout of the lab. She spends 99% of her time here. She even sleeps here, too. And going into the storage cooler, she immediately finds something strange. First of all, it's not as cold as it should be, and there's water pooling on the ground.
Dear Bella, there's a leak, it looks like.
And it's very rare you ever hear this happen, but you hear her raise her voice. "A leak?" And you hear her rushing over with her high-heeled slippers.
Step aside so she can see it.
And she says, "Oh no, that's very bad." She gulps and looks uncharacteristically shaken. She says, I must be honest, I'm not sure what to do. Do you have any suggestions, dear?"
I don't know, towels?
Well, that's a good start. She says, "Would you mind fetching some of the soaking banes?"
Yes, one moment.
Thank you. You run over to the locker and you find there's a couple of banes there pretending to be towels.
Hello.
Hi, you need to go get the water. There's a bunch of water in the fridge.
Water? Ew. I hate water.
Yeah.
Don't you have any nice pus or anything?
I mean, we could turn it into pus, but that's gonna take longer, so you just go,
Man.
please.
They go moping along. And as they start to do a little body slam down into the water, the first one to do so goes, gives a high-pitched squeal and evaporates. And the other ones go,
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. You go first. No, you go first. No.
and then they go running out of the room.
Well, did it soak up any of the water?
No. In fact, there's more
Okay.
water now.
Okay, yeah, don't do that, dear Bella. It disintegrated. It's dead. It like reversed mud.
Dear Arabella comes in with a scholar's cradle and says, oh goodness gracious, I need a cup of tea. I think it might be a good idea to talk to the master. This is a very portentous thing for her to say. She almost never bothers the master. Avanya has only ever met the master once or twice after her first meeting.
Okay.
Maybe he will know what to do. Now, my dear, I hate to say this. I think we are in danger. And what you must do, you must promise me this. Anyone who comes through that door, Bane or no, you must vaporize them. Do you understand me?
I will do my best, yes.
Thank you, sweetie. She gives you a kiss on the forehead and says, I trust you profoundly. Now time to go and speak to him. And she goes hurrying off towards the ominous door that, to Avanya, is a place of promise and untold power, but to anyone else would look like a portal to hell itself, dark and festering. Avanya, now alone on the laboratory floor, with Towel Banes cowering in the corner, saying,
No water, please, no water.
Yeah, you don't go in the water. It's just bad. You go back on the shelf.
Would start to
Get away
hear-
from the water.
She would start to hear a dripping noise as other leaks are forming in the main lab.
Okay, is there any like chemicals that I could like toss on it? Like there was that green dust.
Oh, yeah.
That was from the original mission. Would that?
She
I
could
mean,
try.
it's kind of more solid. I'll
Yeah.
throw that at the cracks.
And as you throw it at the cracks, it evaporates away to nothing as though it were never there. And that's one of your strongest, concoctions.
That's not good. I take off my coat and
Yep.
because I'm wearing clothes under it, I just shove it.
This actually works. This seems to gum up one leak at least, but there's more besides. And the ceilings are high here, meaning that you have to call over a ladder imitating Bane, who wants nothing to do with water and stays as far away as possible.
Okay, okay. Metal. There's metal. I can solder?
Yep, you have a soldering iron. You can start to try to
Okay,
solder.
great.
But unfortunately, soldering plus watering is not a happy time. And as such, as you start to try to fruitlessly solder away, we're going to jump back upstairs to Lewyck. Now, as you jump, or as you yell, hop damn it, the bunny-mounted knight barely makes it out from underneath the collapsing butler. And he immediately turns with his rabbit leaping up high onto the top of the butler's body, where at this point the mouth and the eyes have not yet turned around. He says, "Orders, sir!"
There's an axe next to its mouth. Get me there.
He says, "Yes, sir!" And he starts to race out along. But just like I was describing with Rionnal, it shifts its umbrella-like body to create huge, crevices that trap you guys inside. And so too, you can see its head turn around, like the centerpiece turn around with the great axe now visible widely. But as it does so, the knight who you are with, immediately begins to try to hack at the walls of the body, given that his rabbit can jump pretty good, but not with two people on its back, and you guys aren't able to climb much higher from here.
Okay. I think my shield wall is off cooldown, perhaps.
Shield wall, it would be close to off cooldown, meaning you would need to do some extra energy work.
Okay. Well, I don't think I still have my broken shield, so can't use that. But I do have something that is partnered with the shield. And so I will take out the half bike, and I will take out my mangled arm. Not good enough, perhaps, to hold to block a blow with the shield, but perhaps it's good enough to mimic a shield bash. And as I put my half pike on my arm, I will push up like I would do to activate its power to give like the what is it called? The knockback effect.
Yep.
Okay. And as I do that, I'm trying to energy work for me to get a shield wall literally below us to just knock us up.
I see what you mean.
That's
okay.
all it's going to do.
In that case, you would feel this would be a pretty substantial essence strain on your body. However, it would bring you into the yellow, though no further. You guys are lifted, and the great rabbit would hop onto the top of the fold, the crease line, and begin to race towards the mouth. This is the point at which it's trying to barf out stuff onto Rionnal to keep him still. And as it does its second barf and Rionnal goes flying off and it roars in frustration, you guys come up right behind the mouth and eye parts. You can think of them, if this is like the flat of its body, they're kind of like slightly protruding out and can kind of tip in one way or another. They're currently tipping away from you with the axe at the topmost point. What do you want to do?
Get me to the axe! And I, as he jumps, I'm gonna try to hold on to the axe and pull it like a fish hook, like as it was described, to hold the mouth in place.
And as you jump up and grab onto it, this thing is embedded like the sword in the fucking stone. It is going nowhere. What would you like to do as you grab onto it?
So I want the axe to be embedded because I want to open the mouth further and hold it in place with my 2 might, and then I grab something from my belt.
Now, as you start to haul down, the mouth does turn, but it doesn't seem to be your strength that is making it open. This mouth is far bigger than you are. And as such, the mouth, if it was tilting away from you, it now turns to tilt towards you. The eyes that ring it now looking in your direction, and with your back now pressing against its body around the mouth. You are still holding tight to the axe, and you smell an awful stench from its gullet as it starts to, like, prepare vomit for you.
Here's something for your indigestion. Out of my belt, I pulled up the big flask of soap, and I throw it in its mouth.
And you hurl it inside. You hear a faint tinkling as the glass shatters, and then you hear a faint, like, hiccup from the creature's mouth.
I hop off while still holding onto the axe to let gravity try to now, like, try to pull this off.
It is still embedded in tight, but as it does so, you hear another as the butler lurches slightly in your general, I mean, like, you're on it, right? But it lurches kind of in your general direction from the center point. So you feel its body shake and, like, rattle beneath you. You hear, oh, excuse me, one moment. Pardon me. Oh, backpack time? Sure.
Get out of your hand just a moment.
Hello, it's a baby.
No.
He's getting tired and shitty, so I figure the best thing to do.
Oh, it's such a happy smile. Fewer teeth, I think.
So good.
Okay. God damn it, I'm sweaty. Very in theme, though. Anyways, the knight is right at your side, trying to, like, stay close enough to be there to grab you if need be. But as you haul, the knight, like, takes part of the axe haft as well and tries to haul as well. But even the 2 of your strength combined cannot move it. You see a couple of giant soap bubbles starting to drift up and out of the butler's giant gaping maw. And you hear another from inside of it. What do you want to do?
I need to use soap. How do I use the soap? Okay. I grab at my mantle.
Yep.
And I take it off and whip it in its mouth to try to wet it with the soap. And then I slam the mantle onto where the axe is hooked into the mouth.
And you can see
Try to
that
dissolve away.
weeks upon weeks of butler bile begin to immediately melt off the axe's haft and blade, as though the glue were stripped from it. And with a great sickening, the axe pops out. And you and the knight tumble backwards. His rabbit jumps down and he climbs aboard as you hear a hissing sound, and then, rather than like a pool like before, a couple of faint streams of vomit come trickling out of its mouth, each one of them having little soap scuds like resting on the surface. You hear another faint from the butler as two of its legs buckle, causing the plane of its body that you're on to list wildly.
All right, bath time is over. Let's get out of here. Hop onto the...
The knight hauls you onto his mount, the jacked rabbit, and starts to immediately race down its body, trying to outstrip the trickles of bile. From below, you hear sounds of triumph from your knights as they come racing their way about. You can see that both of them sport horrible wounds, and one of them is literally carrying his mount, who is currently badly injured. As they come out, however, you can see another one of the butler's legs go out from under it.
I hold up the axe that I've claimed.
Yep.
And I will say, we have taken down this great beast, though at great cost. Honor is with us. And I will do a rally to try to at least inspire some courage into them.
And you hear
and perhaps
go up from your knights, and you can see that some of their wounds alleviate. Not beautifully, because you're hitting a bunch of people. Even your hand is a little less fucked up. But as this is happening, Rionnal, you are gliding away from the butler when you see Dusk racing towards a metal door built into the side of the wall. He gets to it. You can see that he stops. He stabs the door a couple of times with his dagger and pulls backwards. You can hear the heaving and lurching of the butler as you are gliding away from it. Its head turns around to face Lewyck. What do you want to do from here?
Rionnal feels like dashing in, offering, providing a distraction and dashing out is probably the best bet, considering he left his spear behind.
Yep.
So he's gonna actually, drop down towards Dusk.
Yep.
And as he moves over towards him, he's gonna load his very last 2 shots into the shotgun. And does it look like Dusk stabbing the door is getting it open?
You hear the small voice going, "Ow, ow, ow, ow," but you see no blood and the door isn't budging.
What's this door made of?
Metal.
Metal? Okay. But the lock is a bane, right?
The lock is a bane. Of note, Dusk, how would you react to Rionnal swooping in next to you? Obviously, you would just see a flutter of movement at first.
Yeah, I'm just like,
whoosh. Probably some splashing.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, know anything about picking monsters? I'm just gonna keep twisting the knife. I want to kill this stupid.
Rionnal's gonna scoop up some water and splash it on the bane.
And you hear,
"Open, damn you!"
And it says, I'm opening, and it clicks open the door.
And Rionnal's gonna kick it open.
You kick the door open, and Avanya down below would hear the sudden metallic clatter of the door being kicked open above.
Does water start going in?
Water starts coming down the steps.
Close the door! What are you doing? Close the door! Close the door!
Now,
definitely don't close the door.
with Dusk and Rionnal at the top of the steps, they would hear Avanya's panicked voice. What do they want to say or do?
I want to tell Rionnal my not plan, but what I know so far, really, which is the mental hold on her is strong. I think we can remind her of who she really is.
Rionnal's going to start splashing down the stairs into the lab.
Avanya would hear the steps.
Thunderclap off cooldown?
Thunderclap is off cooldown.
Alright, I thunderclap at them to try to push them back out, and I run up the stairs to try to close the door.
Renal would
I
hear
cannot go down the stairs.
Real quick, Renal would hear the telltale slapping of hands and booming of a thunderclap start to billow up the tight, like, steep staircase he is standing on.
Can I, oh, this is a crazy piece of energy work. Can I, like, unclasp my cloak and throw it in front of me to try to catch the thunderclap and, like, blunt it?
Fuck.
I'm going to say, let it happen.
I'm going to say yes, but in so doing, the cloak blows past you and goes sailing out of the hall.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely.
However, the thunderclap then washes over you like a wave over your feet.
Avanya, we are friends!
I slammed the door in his face.
Well, in this case, as you go running to the foot of the stairs, you realize that the door at the top of the stairs is now past him. He hasn't been blown away by your thunderclap. What do you want to do?
Just come in, just close the door!
As Renal continues down the stairs.
Dusk, what do you want to do?
So, yeah, I guess saw the thunderclap get kind of nullified. Standing behind Rionnal, because he seems to be a bit stronger than Dusk at the moment. But just calling out to Avanya, still, like, holding her badge once again, like, Avanya, remember the Lunabrock. Remember Cogwind.
Yeah, I remember. Just close the door. I'll remember when you close the door.
Definitely not closing the door.
And if she lets him get close, Rionnal's actually going to just tackle her to the ground.
I mean, I'm trying to get to the door. I guess I'm right in front of you if you're in the path to the
and
door.
He will absolutely take the both of them tumbling down the stairs if that's what it takes to try to pin her to the ground.
And this would bring Avanya down a couple of stairs to the ground below with a heavy thud. But the blow is blunted on the concrete by the puddle of water there. Immediate followers from Avanya with random red-haired man tackling her to the ground.
I guess she's trying
Very
to
well
like. She's trying to kick up with her feet and also trying to like grab a thunderbolt out of her pocket.
Yep. Reonnal, you would feel her kicking with her feet. What do you want to do?
I think he's just going to endure the kicks and try to restrain her hands and arms.
And as his hands scrabble down to try to control her hands, Avanya, you've gotten a bolt.
Oh. Fantastic. I want to flick the bolt up towards him, and then, oh god, if I out of the blue in here, it's gonna mess up all of Dirabella's lab work. Fuck me. No, there's a bunch of water. I'll just go in the water. That's fine. It won't touch the lab equipment. Great.
Speaking of which, as the bolt flicks up, it hits Rionnal, who is pinning Avanya, who are both in a puddle.
I'm fine with getting electrocuted.
I just want to point out, the reason water is so dangerous when it comes to electricity actually has to do with the nature of conductivity and the fact that the human body is more conductive than water.
And in this case, 2 human bodies plus purified special magic water results in a sudden conductive blast that arcs between the two of them. From Dusk's perspective, it would be as though the two of them like gleam radioactively for a moment as electricity arcs between them.
Oh god.
Can I out of the blue to try to like mitigate the damage I would take from getting electrocuted?
Actually, absolutely. Rionnal, you feel yourself start to get electrocuted. What do you want to do?
Can I sort of try to discharge it through Thunderer, considering that I have Thunderer skinned as being a magic shotgun to some extent? Can I like basically spend the last ammunition? Just obviously I can't get most of it, or I can't get all of it, but at least some of it.
Yep.
To sort of protect me.
In that case, you would have to pull away from Avanya while you do so.
Yeah.
And as you pull back and bring up your shotgun, this would be the moment at which Avanya enters out of the blue. Out of the blue enters into the puddle, which enters into Rionnal, and Avanya is shot out of Rionnal's shotgun into the ceiling.
That's excellent.
In so doing, because it is goes to the closest thing, her bolt arcs around and slams into a great metal vat of Dirabella's concoctions, which has a great hole ripped into it, and the stuff inside pours out into the purifying water, putting up a huge hiss like where lava hits the sea. The room is full of great plumes of faint green steam. Rionnal is frozen in place, barely panting as his, all of his hair is on end. Thunderer's, barrel is cracked. His fingers, every part of him is tingling, and he is only just able to kind of hold and breathe faintly because of the amount of electricity that just went through him. Avanya is... Oh, pardon?
Despite how beat up he looks, there's this sort of exhilarated, thrilled look on his face.
Yep. And Avanya is currently in a puddle of water with steam billowing all around her. She has come to her senses, but is very disoriented because this is not where she expected to be.
Can I turn the, if it was a vat, can I turn it so that the hole is up so it doesn't leak as much?
While she is doing so, Dusk, you just saw a bunch of light show, and then Avanya vanished, and then you heard hissing. What do you want to do?
Probably go check on Rionnal.
Yep, rushing down the rest of the stairs to where he is with, again, I would say a faint, dazed smile on his face and his eyes wide open. What does Dusk want to do? Rionnal is breathing.
Yeah, check for a pulse and then breathing. Live, make sure he's not in water that's getting any deeper, so maybe pull him up to a seated position. Yeah. He's
kneeling right now, so you can kind of get him into a low stand, and Rionnal's feet touch the ground like a baby lamb, so completely jilted by electricity that his muscles are having trouble relaxing.
Does Rionnal have any sufficient awareness to be able to communicate?
As his feet are finding the ground, he would maybe be able to get 2 words out.
Go, Avanya!
And Dusk, you would see that Avanya is gingerly tipping the vat back into place so that the hole is pointed up.
Just looking about briefly to the workspace where I had originally seen them. What's there?
The workspace where you originally saw them, you can see a whole bunch of spent vials, but you can also see a couple of corked beakers that contain kind of an oozy orange substance, kind of like the blood you saw emitting from the Banes earlier. The consistency of marmalade, but with a kind of oil-like slick to it as well.
And any sign of the diary that was mentioned earlier?
Yes, you can see that the diary is on that same table, closer to you than Avanya.
Yep. I'm gonna just go grab that.
Sure. What do you want to do with it?
Flip to the back page, last written page, and just quickly read what's there.
Sure. Mary, would you mind?
Yeah, I mean, the last page would probably be notes on what the thing she and Dirabella had been working on, which I don't know the specifics of it.
I trust you to
but that would...
if you want.
No. I can't think of anything cool because it's something very important, probably mud related, I'm guessing, but don't know the exact specifics of it. In the meantime, Avanya would probably be trying to close the door. But it probably has some doodles of what it's supposed to do in the corner, so you'd probably see some chibi Bane looking things in the margins of the page.
Probably has a lot of those in there.
Yeah, it probably has too many of those.
I will give details on the experiment itself. This is the title that they used is a Bane coagulant cedar effluent. And what this is supposed to do is it is supposed to commingle with quote-unquote the groundwater of the area, which is a very broad oversimplification, to make it such that anytime a Bane is injured, it can plop mud on itself and heal.
Well, definitely good to be getting rid of this. I know I'm not going to have a ton of time, so I'm not going to try and read the whole thing, but trying to flip back to... Really what I'm looking for is a change in handwriting due to change in personality. And trying to flip back to where this started.
And Mary, where would you put that?
That would probably be closer to where you are now than the front of it. And you definitely see a distinct change in handwriting. It goes from like very scribbly, almost illegible, to very clean, I would say. If you want to spend the time trying to read the illegible stuff, you can, but the legible stuff the first entry about it talks about finally being understood and having a mentor who believes in her.
Ooh. Interesting. I'm going to think on that for a moment.
Sure. Rionnal, now that you are able to move, albeit slowly, what would you like to do?
I would like to. I think Rionnal is actually going to go back down to his hands and knees.
Yep.
And in a moment of sort of connecting, sort of revitalization, re-energization, and reconnecting to the purity that is particularly purified water, he's going to start splashing water on his face and drinking of it to just sort of re-harmonize his internal energies.
It is clean and sweet despite the filth it has processed. And as you do so, Avanya, you turn around after rebalancing the vat to see your precious diary in the hands of someone you've never seen before.
Can you put that down? Can you put that down? I don't want you touching that. Put that down!
I'm going to hold it up. The real you is in here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That the Enclave knew.
Great. Okay. Can you put it down and then we'll talk about who I used to be, I guess.
Think not. I'm going to start backing away towards the door.
Don't
up the stairs, I suppose.
Can you don't do that. Can you come back here? We can talk about it. Can you close? Actually, if you're going up there, could you close the door while you're at it? And then
I have a question for Mary May.
Yep.
Yes.
Is Avanya standing still, or is she moving towards Dusk?
I would say Avanya's kind of frozen at the moment.
Okay. But her attention is on Dusk, right?
Yep.
Yes, very
Great.
fixed on him.
So Rionnal's going to come up. He's going to stand up. He's going to have his hands cupped with water in them, and he's going to move towards Avanya. And he's going to throw the water in her face.
And she feels... It feels stinging, like alcohol wipes.
Gosh. Thanks, I guess. She takes it and flicks it on his face, like wipes off her face and then flicks the excess water at him. And then I think just tries to move past him. Like I think she's like still trying to process what's going on and just tries to skirt around.
Dusk, are you going to beat a retreat up the stairs? And if so, how fast?
Yeah. Beating up a retreat up the stairs pretty fast. Not turning my back to her though.
Yep.
And like keeping a close eye on her face, I'm gonna rip a page out of the book.
That's the last thing you see before he steps out of your eye line.
Okay. Do I have a way to contact Arabella?
You do. It is normally a Bane who hangs around in your pocket.
Pull him out.
You pull out a small, like, partially dissolved Bane that had been soaked in water by your match. So your communication Bane is dead.
iPhone got thrown in the pool.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Can you don't touch anything, she says to Rionnal. And then I think she starts is Dusk armored in any way?
Nope. Catsuit.
Okay. Just starts I guess she uses her Talaria to try to chase after him.
Yeah, in that case, a couple running steps to get a Talaria leap over the desk that the diary had been sitting on, and then racing. I mean, is this a full sprint?
As full as she can get, yeah.
In that case, Dusk, as soon as you hear her start to sprint after you, what do you want to do? She is no longer within your eye line.
Rionnal will follow as quickly as he's able, which is not quick enough.
Yeah, it's slower because he is wounded.
Definitely sprinting.
Turning back to her?
No, like I'm sprinting away from her.
Yep.
I'm looking for Lewyck.
Speaking of which, Lewyck, after rallying your knights, what would you like to do from here with the axe in your hand?
Yeah. Did I get to see where Dusk went?
You did not, but you had multiple knights on the scene.
Did you all see Dusk, the injured man that I attended to?
One of them said, "Yes, sir. He was joined by a strange flying man from the sky, and they vanished down yon portal." He points over towards the metal door in the wall, which is still open.
Then the portal I shall go. Cover the doorway.
Yes, sir. And as the group of you go over, you on the back of the jacked rabbit, Dusk comes like blowing out of the entrance. He's holding a book in his hand. As Dusk exits, Lewyck and his knights are less than 10 running paces away from him.
Oh,
Yeah.
speak of the man, and the beast shows itself. Oh, what's happening?
Yeah. Run straight up to Lewyck. Stop holding up the book. She's coming. I think she's pissed. She really wants this book for some reason.
Okay.
Destroy it? I don't know.
No. Let me have it.
He hands it over.
Okay. I also, I guess not.
Anything
Hold the book.
Avanya is saying or doing as she goes sprinting up the stairs after Dusk?
She's just saying, "We can talk, and you don't have to do." I was supposed to vaporize you, and I didn't. Like, we can just talk. She's gonna start sprinting towards him. If there's any metal, she's gonna try to out of the blue towards that if it's off cooldown, just to try to get there faster. Oh, where the fuck is her robot? She wants to summon her robot.
And as she summons her robot, she is at the foot of the stairs, and she finds that her robot has become waterlogged and has died.
Hey, baby.
I have to get some.
Rionnal has just managed to ruin everyone's day with this rain, and I love it.
I think she takes a moment to like lean on her robot and be very sad.
But as she is sad, Out of the Blue is off of cooldown, and the hallway that flanks the stairs leading up is all made of metal.
Okay, great. Out of the blue, up that thing. I don't care if I hit him.
There's a
I wanna
great
get to him.
blast of noise. And Lewyck would see in a sudden crack of lightning, Avanya materializes at it right in front of the door, as though she teleported there in a sudden bolt. Which actually, Sir Delis, this is actually pretty familiar.
Yeah.
And as she appears, Avanya would see another group of men. Dusk is nowhere to be seen, having slunk off behind them. She sees 4 men riding atop 3 strange noble beasts. All of them are heavily armed and armored. And one of the beasts, a large rabbit with curled ram's horns, holds 2 men atop it. One of the men atop the rabbit has her book.
I would have gotten off, so I would be standing there.
In that case, standing right in front of the group.
Because I wanted to talk to her.
Yep.
Separate from
Avanya would feel the rain hitting her from above. She would see the construction site in absolute fucking shambles around. And she would see the butler collapsed in death past the door entrance. More of a terrain feature than a corpse because of his enormous size.
I'm holding the book.
Avanya would not have seen the butler in his true form since when Goroth died. Lewyck.
I'm holding the book to my chest.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was told it was her book. And I will say, Avanya? Get the recognition from her face. And I will say, I just want to ask you one question. How did you arrive here?
Can I have that back?
I will give it to you if you answer that question.
Arabella thought that I was special and she thought I had potential, so she decided that she would teach me.
Do you remember that? Do you remember coming here?
I mean, I remember not being here. I remember my home and, you know, I wasn't always here. I got
Dusk
here.
is gonna call out, "Do you remember your father?"
Do I?
Now that she asks, she kind of does.
Yeah, he had a sticker chart so that I wouldn't blow things up anymore.
She remembers her waterlogged robot downstairs.
I can't really do that at the moment because there's rain everywhere. Can you maybe make it stop raining so that I can get my robot back?
I think so, but I do not control the rain.
Before we go
Somebody
further with this, we'll end it on somebody does from Avanya. Rionnal, downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
You have staggered across the floor a little ways. Your legs are still stuttering and jilted, but you're starting to be able to get at least a normal walking stride when you hear, "You've done this, haven't you?" It's a quiet female voice.
Turn to the voice.
You can see a well-dressed woman in a lab coat and a hairnet. She has on her hand a small bug of some kind, just like perched on it. She's frowning, but not heavily. And she says, "I've never seen anything like it before."
Hmm.
How did you do it? I can deal with rain.
How would Rionnal respond? I think he plays off his uncertainty as being kind of dazed and still recovering from being electrocuted. Because I think he's still got burn marks all over. His hair is still kind of staticky and wild.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
How have you made this rain so destructive? And how have you
not
prevented
destructive.
me from dealing with it?
It's not destructive.
Destructive of a kind, constructive of another. I do wish to know. If you wish to keep it a secret, that's perfectly fine. Perhaps tea would loosen you?
A little busy at the moment.
I am too, but we must make time in our schedules to contend with exceptional circumstances, mustn't we?
Question. Was I able to, from where I am at the bottom of the stairs, did I see Avanya using Out of the Blue?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Is my Out of the Blue still on cooldown?
No, you have it.
Cool. I think Rionnal will look at her. And to anyone who knows him, which she doesn't, this would be a warning sign, which is that a very welcoming smile crosses his face. And an amount of kindness that I think is not typical for him to outwardly express. And he just goes, "No." And out of the blues up the stairwell.
Though Rionnal cannot see this, an equally welcoming smile has crossed Arabella's face, which to those who would know her would be known to be an enormous warning sign as well. Now, up at the top of the stairs again. Avanya has just said that last line. Lewyck or Dusk, do you have any follow-ups?
Yeah. Arabella lies to you. You remember of your father, of your time before? You remember being here now. I would gamble with you do not remember traveling here or arriving here. Here. And I hold out the book as I start pacing towards her.
Avanya's eyes would be caught by something at this point. The massive axe in Lewyck's other hand.
Like if Dusk sees that her notice is caught by that, would address that if he could. Do you remember the mission?
And
The
Avanya.
one where your partner died because you fell under their thrall. Dirabella's thrall.
What would Avanya do?
I don't know what. Can you stop asking questions? Can we just go back and forth with a normal conversation instead of asking a bunch of questions? It's kind of making me feel a little overwhelmed with everything else going on. There's a lot to be overwhelmed by. So, can you stop?
The journal is proffered to her.
Mm-hmm.
I want that. Can I take it?
Yeah.
Okay.
This axe belonged to someone that came with you. He died. I lay it down on the ground. We found it on the mouth of that. Well, I believe it was called the shed.
No, that's the butler. And yeah, that's been over the mantle for a while now.
There's a sudden blast of electrical noise as Rionnal appears next to Avanya.
The poisoner of mind comes.
Okay.
He's gonna try and close the door.
It's slammed shut.
Finally!
Avanya, if you want to ask questions, you may ask it of us.
Who are you?
done
Why
fine.
are you doing all of this? We're fine. I don't understand.
Your mind has been poisoned. We are here to save you from it. You are not who you think you are.
We are from an organization called the Enclave. I point to my badge.
I think I throw a thunderbolt when he says Enclave.
The thunderbolt charges in her hand. Immediate reactions from any of the group.
I'm standing next to her, right?
Yep.
Can I try to strike at her wrist to just throw off her aim?
Oh, God. Striking at her wrist would cause Rionnal to take it full brunt.
Oh, okay. I think Rionnal would know that, right?
Not in this case. Her lightning bolts don't work like yours.
Oh. Then I think he's doing it anyway.
And Avanya would feel her hand caught, and a great, another shuddering... And she would see the red-haired man next to her, his eyes frozen in place. His whole body is just kind of stopped. Several of the knight's animals kind of spur forward for a moment. One of them calls to Lewyck, "Order, sir!"
It's okay. It's okay. She's one of us. Why we've come.
I don't know who you are. I am not one of you.
That man is wounded, sir. Should we take him away?
Yes, I think so. Come on, if you please.
One of them hurries to Rionnal and scoops him up onto the back of his mount. Rionnal's body is frozen in place still.
All right.
Actions from
Is
here.
he's just frozen in place?
Yep.
Like, he's not collapsing or anything?
Nope.
Okay. Let's see. Dusk, do you have any way of getting him up to speed? Here, give me him for a minute.
The man brings you Rionnal, who is still a statue in place. You can see a strange, icy quality in the depths of his eyes. And touching him, he is cold, but not death cold, winter cold.
Okay.
I'm gonna feel really bad if I inadvertently killed two people in the same basically the same mission. I'm gonna feel so bad. I'm like I don't know if I can handle that.
Dusk, of note, you would be the only person to notice that the door is starting not to bend, not to open, but it's as though the cracks around the door have like an oozing, rusty muddiness coasting around them.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt him. You were saying a bunch of stuff and it was freaking me out. I'm sorry.
So what kind of so he's frozen in place. He just got shocked. Are his muscles taut? As I hold them?
Completely taut.
Right. Okay. I don't really know how to get rid of that, but perhaps I shall say, Dusk, we've spoken to Avanya. We let her know of her past. I think we are done here. We just must collect our things. And it is her choice to come if she wants to ask questions about how she's come here. Do you still have her badge?
I'll hold it out to her.
Who are you guys?
We've answered this question. You need to ask yourself.
Do any of you have any knowledge about how to relax the muscles?
One of them says,
I looked at my knife.
"Not here, sir." But another one says,
No.
"Why does the man stand that way?"
I do not know.
Sorcery?
Well, of course. Of course.
Hmm.
Does he have anything left on his body? Any
Rionnal
items?
has lost most of his gear throughout this mission.
Yeah.
Oh, he still has his drum.
Oh, perfect. Okay. All right, so drum, yes. Well, I do know of someone who is a bit of a storm mage. He has music himself. I'm not very good with magic myself, though. Is anybody here? Would there be anybody who could use magic to try to dispel the electrical energy out of him?
What about the one who put it there? You, girl.
I can try, but I don't know if Dirabella is okay with that. She told me to vaporize everybody, and I haven't vaporized anyone. So, I mean, I guess I kind of
because you're a
reverse
good
vaporized
person.
him because he's frozen.
What did Dusk say?
I said, because you're a good person, Avanya.
I mean, I don't. That's a moral dilemma that I'm not ready to unpack. But I can try to. Okay. Is Dirabella coming? Avanya doesn't want to. She wants to undo this because she feels bad and is very curious about what's going on, even though she has hesitations. But
She
if
sees
Dirabella's
that the
gonna catch
door
her,
is currently rotting off of its hinges. Accelerated to the point where you can see it crumpling like a paper in a flame.
I can do it for 30 seconds, maybe. Okay, this drum thing, she hits it.
Donk.
I don't know what to do.
Dusk, you still have the ripped page of the journal.
Yep. I was actually going to lead on that a little bit. Holding out that page to her. What does this mean to you? And rip it in half. Any reaction?
Wild eyes and an immediate change in mood.
Huh?
Wild eyes and an immediate change in mood.
Where is the journal currently?
She has it in her arms.
But she is messing with the drum right now.
She tapped it with one
under.
hand. Yeah. Exactly, like under an arm.
Cool. I'm gonna try and grab it out from under her arm.
Avanya, what do you want to do?
She's gonna take the drum, throw it at him, and then scream for Dirabella.
It's worth mentioning that the drum is attached by a strap to Rionnal's body.
Indeed.
Okay, so it doesn't really work
So
that
it's like
well,
a-
but that's
like it flings around. And as she does so, the door crumples. And
Oh, I kind of wanted to do something as I'm heading over, but
Yeah.
that can happen as I was
no,
heading.
please do. Do first.
Okay. So the door is like slowly like getting decayed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I will look to the men and them that are trying to heal Rionnal, and I'll say, I will buy you some time, men. It's time to set down a fire, or perhaps decay. Grab up your buckets and toss the soap. And I will use the arms to give everybody a bucket. And I hunker down and I scoop up some soap water, which I think is like everywhere here.
Yep.
And I will toss it at the door.
And as you do so, a few of them grumble about this not being becoming a knight. However, as the door crumbles, with Avanya whipping around to see it, you guys would see that the metal hallway, all of the metal in the hallway, has turned to maggot. It is a shifting, stinking mass. And in the midst of it is the woman, Dirabella. Maggots coming out of her eyes. Her skin flaking away to reveal an awful, bane-like flesh underneath. Wings sprouting from her back, crumpled and curled and insectoid. Her lower jaw splitting into dual mandibles. Her arms bifurcating into multiple limbs. As she says, "I'm so sorry, dear," in a multi-layered voice that sounds as though three of her are speaking at once at slightly different pitches. She says, "This issue is no longer my decision. It needs to be eliminated entirely." And on entirely, her voice multiplies by 10 rather than by 3. And you can see that from her mouth drips bile. And the walls behind her, made of writhing, awful mass, come rushing out as a stream. It is met by the purifying water, which evaporates great gouts of it. And yet, much like throwing water on a forest fire, more comes screaming forth. A solid rushing mass of wretched waste. Immediate reactions,
Okay.
first from Dusk, who has the highest reflex of the group.
Did I get the book?
You do. Avanya is frozen away enough by this to give you time to lift the book.
Yeah. Grab the book, start running in the opposite direction, ripping out pages, and like tearing them up as I run.
Avanya, as Dirabella begins to attack, you realize your diary is gone.
Do I get the sense when she says, like, "My dear, the decision isn't up to me anymore, it has to be eliminated, yada, yada, yada," she's talking to me directly?
It kind of sounded like it. You could talk back to her.
Are you gonna kill me?
And for a moment, her face reveals it is just like you remembered it. And she says, "Of course not. I would never do that. It's all right. It's all right."
I think she's gonna kill me. I think she's not gonna kill me. I think the guy's gonna kill me. Is he going to?
And she says, "I've begged him not to."
Okay.
You can see that her body is moving as though puppeted, as more waste comes rushing out of her mouth.
Okay. Yeah, she looks at the people around her and are like,
And she sees that Dusk is running away, ripping pages out of her diary.
"What? I don't." And I think she just freezes. Like she completely is like doesn't know what to do.
And Lewyck, actions from you. The buckets of water are keeping it for seconds at bay. What do you want to do?
Yeah. I don't think shield wall is off cooldown, is it?
It is.
Oh, okay. I will just bring myself to the floor as I slam my my bucket, I guess. Maybe I slam my hand down onto the floor, breaking the bucket.
Yep.
And then activate a shield wall that is built off of the soapy mud that is surrounding us to create a larger shield wall that can block out this slime.
Yep.
And then I'll turn around and say, "Ben, time to retreat." And I start to run over to
one of them
the
hauls
group
you
of them
onto
that
his
was-
mount. Another one grabs Rionnal. Another one grabs Avanya around the waist and says, "Up you come, damsel, away from this place."
Yeah, she doesn't fight. That's fine.
The three knights go racing out after Dusk, who is by this point almost reached the dead body of the butler. He's also running out of pages in the diary and has left a little trail of them behind him.
I believe this will do something.
He looks over his shoulder and sees the knights coming.
Looking specifically at Avanya, no reaction from this, I'm assuming.
She still seems frozen and terrified.
She's also crying. She sees the pages and is weeping, like openly
Dusk!
crying.
Dusk! Rionnal doesn't have the torch.
Uh-oh. Where is it?
I don't know. We need to get him back up. Where are you running?
Away from that.
Yep.
Is there any knight? I don't think so, actually. So I'm on one, Avanya's on one, and Rionnal's on one.
Yep, and
so
Rionnal's on one.
I'll say we need to get
Actually,
Rionnal up.
oh shit! I just realized something.
One
fuck.
mount isn't alive. Yes.
No, the rally brought the mount back to the point where it can move. Obviously, it's slow. Dusk, sensory stat.
Shit, I moved my character sheet around. Sense is 1.
Yeah, and Lewyck, you would remember the bubbles and the spark of electricity from the top of the wall, way back before the fight began.
Right. Actually, yes, I saw this bubbling. The bubbling came from a place. Rionnal must have done something there. Let's head there. Where was that?
He can point in the general direction of the top of the wall, and because of a +1 sensory thing, fuck you had that, you would see Rionnal's spear atop a wall.
Alright. Shit, I can't take both. How far away are they from me?
They're catching up to you
towards me,
reasonably quickly, but you're still out ahead. You're passing the butler's body right now.
I'm going to keep moving forward in the direction of the lantern, but expecting them to catch up to me.
It's actually easier to move than it was when you first got here, despite the water, because it has washed away the mud, leaving just firm stone under your feet, despite it being wet and like crisscrossed with rivulets.
Nice.
As you rush up to the wall section, there is still the scaffolding in place. Is Dusk going to climb?
Yep.
And Lewyck and the knights coming to a stop at the base of the wall. One of the Mazengi family says, "Orders."
Hold anybody back getting up here. I'll hit our retreat when it's time.
Yes, sir. They turn about, and one of them, still has Rionnal kind of like awkwardly statuesque next to him. The other one says to Avanya, "Damsel, stay by the side of Kosh here." He points towards Lewyck and sets you down with one arm on the scaffolding.
I think from the top of the scaffolding, I want to toss Avanya's badge down to Lewyck.
The badge goes
Try and
flying down.
convince her.
He goes flying down towards Lewyck as Dusk calls to him.
Could I have a luck pitch that, as he tosses it down to me, I'm not ready for it, and therefore it just kind of like bounces off of me and rolls on the floor to Avanya's feet?
Absolutely. And Avanya would see the badge roll in front of her on the scaffolding. Rain pings off of it. And Dusk at the top has found Rionnal's 5 spent lightning bolts, his spear, which is fine, and also the spectral torch, its flame fluttering delicately.
Pick up the torch and the spear. Got the stuff. Is she gonna take us, go with us, or not?
That's up to her. All right. How's the bile? I don't know how to describe it. Do I see anything coming at us at all?
Like bubbling magma, it flows down the side of the mountain. And like a volcanic eruption, in addition to the magma, there's a pyroclastic flow of locusts and ash and other wretched substances in the air above it. It billows down in slow motion towards you. And at the head of it, you can see the puppeted, practically completely inhuman at this point body of Dirabella, which continues to mutate.
All right. Dusk, give me the torch. I'll hold her back one last time.
As Dusk clambers down, does he want to drop the torch the rest of the way towards him?
I think I would actually probably throw the spear down first.
Yep.
So climbing down with just that. Are you sure? It could break. All right.
Lewyck's skill?
1.
Yeah. But one is better than none. And with both arms ready, you would catch it without it cracking.
I get to a place where I can kind of I get to a place where I can kind of like have an open view of the bile magma coming towards us.
You can see within the great like writhing mass, a phantom face is barely visible. A face with hundreds of eyes, hundreds of mandibles, and single intent. But it flits out of your vision as quickly as it arrived, with just roiling mass replacing it. One of the knights calls up,
20 seconds, sir, at an estimate.
All right. I think it's time to leave. Our badges aren't pinging yet.
Rionnal's spear is in the mud next to you guys. What do you want? Oh, point down, of course. What do you want to do with it?
Yeah.
Before I hear from Avanya.
I'm gonna grab it and go over to talk to Avanya, planting it like in the ground again, point down. That's clearly not intended to be a threat. Just say, well, gesture to the maggot face coming towards us. Do you choose this, or do you choose us, who came here to save you?
She pulls her hand away from the badge, looks at you. You haven't saved me at all. You have done nothing but come here and ruin everything. Why on earth would I choose you?
We tried.
Do I hear this?
Of course you
I
do.
I wouldn't put it that way. You're not choosing us. I never met you before. You're just choosing freedom. Explore the world as you will. For now, you're trapped here. And you're drowning in that.
This button makes it so I don't die?
Exactly.
How close is the shit?
10 seconds.
I hold the torch in front of me with both my hands.
If it kills me, I'm going to be mad.
You don't take it, we'll all be dead.
rather you die. She reaches out and presses it like it's an activation button.
And you all feel your Enclave badges ping.
Great. I think we wait.
Made the
Someone
right
has to ping. Someone has to ping Rionnal out.
Yeah.
Will Lewyck do so?
Sorry.
Will Lewyck do so?
Yes.
And
I will.
as Avanya and Dusk are vanishing around him, the great mass bearing down upon him and his knights, which group around him ready, Lewyck touches Rionnal. His badge pings, and Lewyck and his knights vanish alongside him. And on that note, we will end the mission.
Woo. Oh my god. Do you understand what I was about to do? I was excited for it, though.
I was sitting there going, please, someone remember to ping out Rionnal, or it's just going to be left there.
Oh, God. By the way, I was hoping one of you would put the spear back in Rionnal's hands, because that would have discharged the light and electricity inside of him because of the ritual he had concocted earlier. So.
Nice. Didn't think of that.
I was about to let out a Garanthanks of magnificent proportions.
Yeah. Okay.
Just in case, but it worked out.
Wowzers. Geez, where to even start? First of all, nicely done. How you doing over there, Mary?
How's it going, everybody? I had one moment of brevity where Mal in chat said, was laughing at how intense I got, and then I immediately went back to being intense. I'm so dead. My God.
Beyond anything else, I think we can all agree that was an incredibly impressive acting performance from Mary Bank. Beautifully done. I thought I didn't have to change your calls once. You did precisely what made sense in character. I never had to change anything. That was awesome. Yeah, I was fully prepared for all of you guys to fucking die, just to let you know. But
yeah, same. Jesus fucking Christ.
I did think that Lewyck might be able to do like a catch-22 with the spectral torch, maybe.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking that's what you were gearing up for, but yeah, Rionnal was very nearly fucking dead. Dusk was very nearly fucking dead. Lewyck almost got crushed. Avanya almost got filthified. Yeah. I think this was the closest I have ever gotten in Advent to a full party wipe. Like, including the original mission of this, which was 2 people.
Rionnal is way too fucking brave for both me and his resilience.
Yep. I should note, by the way, when you were like, oh, can I like knock it off course? I was like, you could if you weren't soaking wet and still completely laden with electricity from that earlier thing. Like, if normally I would probably let you do it, but that was, first of all, oh god, where do I even start with this goddamn mission? There was so much going on. I think the first thing I gotta say, just to simplify, Jallorn, your rainstorm was probably the single most impactful storm brewing I've ever seen on a mission. That was beautifully set up. That had a wonderfully precise effect, and I was not prepared to have Dirabella enter that form at all. I did not think that was happening, but you guys literally forced her hand. There was no other thing that she could do. Because the soap storm was too big. It's too strong. Like, that was crazy. And frankly, it meant that the first half of the mission, or like first third of the mission, when Lewyck and Rionnal were at the work like tent and Dusk was out in the field, actually was like incredibly consequential because it allowed you to figure out the soap thing. That came up like, that was amazing. It literally, when I took my notes, I was like, oh yeah, they hate clean water, so Rionnal can do like a rainstorm, right? But I didn't even think about the fact how much they would hate soap until I mentioned it. Because, kind of in the same way that we have like, acids used in factories, they would have something very dangerous for them for use in their work as well. So, geez, that was so cool. That was so freaking cool. That was an amazing storm brewing. And it used the spectral torch incredibly well. God, and you blew all these resources on it. There was no way that was not going to be insanely impactful. Without that storm, the Butler would have been twice as hard to take down. Like,
I think that was like textbook case of where we actually slightly do a distraction in a mission, but we committed to it so hard that it like actually helped us solve the mission, which is something I recommend to players. Like, if you make a decision, even if it wasn't the most efficient one, like commit to it and try to rope it back into the plot, because that always gives you benefits.
Well, it also makes me as a conduit want to go with it, right? Along similar lines, the entire fight versus the Butler was fantastic. Like, imagine that thing at twice strength versus one person. That's what Goroth was trying to deal with. But in this case, you guys brought it down convincingly. I will say, if it hadn't been for the soap trick, I think it would have been substantially harder, but that was beautifully done. You guys actually...
Soap in the Gullet was also really good.
Yeah, there was so many cool things going on there. But you guys did a beautiful job taking it down. That was a very, very fun fight to watch. And then on top of that, God, there's so many things to go over. Just even the way that Lewyck initiated the fight with that Garethink shield bash woke up the Butler before it was ready. It was like, okay, now I'm gonna fucking kill you. You know what I mean? So, because otherwise, there were so many pieces to it that you baited out the attack before it was ready, and you left Avanya open, and that's huge, right? So there's a lot of pieces that was amazing. The initial investigation stuff by Dusk was extremely high risk, but also very cool. The blast from Avanya and then Dusk almost getting crushed and then making his way back in and then being the one to focus on the diary, which was like, I feel like there were maybe other ways to get her out of there, but that was definitely one of the better ones. And then Rionnal versus Avanya, the twin kind of like Thunderbird face-off was super freaking cool.
After one of them had spent 90% of his resources.
Yeah, God. And then I feel like at the end, Lewyck trying to do a bit of diplomacy. Like, I feel like Lewyck probably had the best chance of defusing her by himself. But like, all of you tried to put things together that by the end, as she said, didn't do all of it. Had you not forced Dirabella's hand and forced her master to take matters into his own hands. Which
I think the last shot we had at convincing Avanya to trust us died when Rionnal was taken out of the mission.
Indeed. Real quick, my son is calling to me. Would you guys mind talking amongst yourself for a brief moment? I'll be right back. Please review. If anyone's in chat away. I'll be right back. Apologies.
The thought. So, like, this feels like a great excuse to do some post-mission flavor with Avanya and her dealing with just, I don't know, what happens? Does she get her memories back?
Right. Does Enclave Medical fix the memory issues or whatever like hold they have on her?
When Robbie originally ran the mission, he said the ending of the mission was like that. He said, okay, Goroth dies and Avanya wakes up 6 months later in Enclave headquarters. She does not remember her time with Dirabella at all. From at least that epilogue. I mean, we could retcon that and fix it up. But she would not remember that.
Okay,
she would
so
remember
she won't
going to
hate
Dirabella.
Guts for ripping up her journal.
Unless someone told her, which they might. If somebody told her who it was, she would not like them. But you could also say it was Dirabella and she wouldn't know. So
it's also possible the Enclave might replace the journal. They probably have that ability.
They could. I hope so.
That's probably up to you.
Oh, I would like that because I think I don't think she could recover if that was truly gone because she's had that for I ported Avanya over from a D&D game that I've been playing for 2 years. Like, her journal has all of those adventures, her backstory, like stuff from her childhood. It has random doodles, invention ideas. Like, it has a crap ton of stuff in it. So I hope it's not gone forever. That would suck. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I can't talk. I like need a full like day and a half. I was when we played the last mission, which unfortunately we didn't record.
right.
I was out of it for I think 3 days.
Okay.
Just
We are-
every time I had a down second, I would scream to my boyfriend about how bad I felt and how everything was ruined.
Yeah.
So this is probably also going to take me 3 days to get over.
Yep. Okay, so pardon the interruption. I thought that you guys played quite well. I gave you a very challenging scenario, and as you saw, the Banes themselves, there were ways to like clear them out, but I still anticipated you having to deal with a pretty decent number of like lesser Banes while you were fighting, which once again ties back in to Rionnal's fantastic storm brewing, and also, frankly, ties into the group who found the Spectral Torch. Without the Spectral Torch, that play was not possible. So
Absolutely.
huge props to that group for doing that. That was fantastic.
If I didn't have the Spectral Torch, I don't think I would have even considered the idea of a ritual to purify the rain clouds.
Yeah. Spectral Torch plus soap. That was sick. Do you guys have any questions for me about specific calls or plot elements?
I think my biggest thing that I was interested in, was there any actual significance to the journal other than her extreme attachment to it?
Hypothetically, that was the single best emotional hook you could have gotten. I think, if at a guess from me, the way I had kind of imagined it going is reading the journal in advance to learn a little bit about her current state and try to appeal to specific things that were listed in the journal or show her specific entries. You obviously didn't have as much time to do all that. And also, I felt like when I was designing, I thought Dusk would obviously be the one to get the thing, but I thought it would be probably Lewyck or Rionnal who was trying to use it. Whereas Dusk, he was just like, fuck, I gotta do this. All right, screw you, I'm breaking it. Which I thought was a pretty good, like, improvised solution there. I thought that by the way, your use of maximum security to get the journal where you need it, aces.
Nice.
Right? I thought that using maximum security to target her mental state was beautiful, and it gave me a perfect opportunity to plant the journal exactly there.
I will say about the journal that the player was constantly going in his head, just make her read from it or read from it out loud yourself. But I never had an opportunity where it made sense in character to communicate that.
Yep. And this was also a mission where the vitality stat was of substantial consequence. And that's why I thought Lewyck might have the best chance of working with the journal, because he could at least keep her attention, like, hey, read, right? Plus rallies, plus other things besides. But so Lewyck's vitality stat had its hands full on this one, and Rionnal's did some work too. Do you guys have any other questions for me about calls, plot elements, and similar?
I mean, I loved interacting with the Banes. It was pretty hilarious.
Yeah, they are a lot of fun.
At a certain point, it's just clear that, like, just everything is actually just a Bane.
Yeah. It's Banes all the way down. And also, part of the reason that I felt comfortable plopping only one stealth character in the middle of enemy territory was because of how easy it was to play them off against each other.
Yeah.
And as soon as you guys figured out that hook, I was like, oh yeah, they're fine. And that was the intention. I didn't want to just put you against like a billion enemies before you got to fight the actual enemies. And so I'm really happy you got there.
I had a thought.
Sorry. Somebody,
Go.
really quick, somebody in chat just said who's going to donate to the Therapy for Mary fund. It's $25 a session if anyone.
That's great. What were you saying, Jallorn?
Hang on, let me see if I can bring it back to mind. I guess part of me is sort of curious about the lasting impacts of the soap rain, but
Yes.
it sounds like there are powerful enough forces that probably won't be world altering.
Yeah.
So I also had a question about that, which is, did that drive Dirabella away because now the guy in charge doesn't have faith in her?
So that is actually something I was going to get to. You guys, even though you completed additional objectives, this mission was a soft failure, like a 4 out of 10. And it's because even though you guys got Avanya out, you got the axe out, those were great. That's the most important two things. However, Dirabella's gone. And more importantly, her master has turned his attention very substantially to this area, which has been subject to this horrific attack. Maybe 4.5 out of 10. You did also bring back the torch. That was very important. So it was just shy of a true success, but you guys got very close. There were a lot of pieces to this, as you might imagine. So in summary, the only people who have truly lost here are the local humans of Rosold, who are going to be absolutely frickin' obliterated by the Bane's reinforced attention to this area.
Oops.
The dangers of soap. That is not the mission name, but
I don't know. That's pretty good.
I like it.
I was
I
going to
think,
suggest Soapstorm, but
I liked Soapstorm as well.
Storm's pretty.
the dangers of soap is pretty good too.
And it is officially a fail, though.
That's true. Okay, you know what? Here, let's get Julian up in here. How you doing, man? Oh, Julian, I don't know if you're talking, but I can't hear you. Julian was the one who hosted the Spectral Torch mission and came up with the idea for the item.
Nice.
Whenever you get your mic in order, we would love to hear from you. Though I admit it, I only have a couple more minutes. However, while we're waiting for Julian to weigh in from final thoughts, do you guys have any other final thoughts or questions for me?
Is Rionnal?
Excuse me?
Does he survive? Does Rionnal survive?
Yeah, Rionnal's fine.
Okay. Okay, good.
I will say, what I had judged is I was like, I don't think Rionnal would be killed by that bolt in the same way that someone else in his shoes might be, because he is, of course, a Thunderbird. And like you said, would I have some awareness of this? And internally, I was like, well, yes, and that's why I'm not going to kill you. So, but yeah, it's one of those implicit things where I'm not necessarily going to mess up a Thunderbird quite as bad by all electricity, even though obviously it can still pose a substantial threat. I really felt like it made sense for it to backfire, though. And I wanted to make it have a really heavy impact. And since you have all the wintry theming, I thought it would be cool if he froze, right?
I love that. Cold, not cold as death, but cold as winter.
Yeah. I'm glad
So
you like
good.
that. It was like, I was a little worried that it was stepping on your toes from a world building perspective, but I felt like it was cool and appropriate.
Yeah, and me, who's wearing full metal armor, I think I would have come out of that as fried Lewyck. So.
What's Lewyck's resilience? He has either 2 or 3.
I got 2.
Yeah, he would have been hurt, but not dead.
Okay.
Yeah, and Lewyck, fortunately, actually, it's so weird I say this. Lewyck came out of this mission better than I thought he would. I expected him to be way more messed up by that. And wow, he even had all of his knights survive, which is also a freaking shock to me. I was really expecting him to eat it.
I was expecting to go down to the wire and get all I don't know, pinned down, bestial stuff come out of me, but actually I just kept finding it out.
Yeah, exactly. Which is great.
Yeah.
Okay, Julian, I'm so sorry I can't hear you, man. I would love to hear from you maybe in a voice chat another time about this, but just because I got to get back to the family, thank you guys so much for being a part of this process. From the original mission with Mary May and Detour to the prep mission with Julian, now to the full rescue mission itself. This was wild and is something that we have not yet done in Advent, and I'm very grateful that you all were a part of it. I hope you have had fun. I hope it has hit that sweet spot between comedy, horror, and drama that I was trying to go for with it. And I can't wait to do something like this again. And so, if you want to extroduce yourself in the order of Detour, Captain Jallorn, Mary May, fire away.
Yep. So, David Torres, also known as Detour. Thanks for playing, everyone. Thanks for my fellow players, and thanks to Mary May for providing a
I will extraduce myself. Lovely word. I have been Alex, also known as Captain, playing Lewyck. 3 names sent at you. And yeah, it was lots of fun. Glad we got Avanya away.
And,
and in memoriam of Goroth.
Yes. And I have been and continue to be Elliot, aka Jallorn, playing as one of my favorite characters, Rionnal. And Enclave is fantastic, and you should join us on the Discord.
Amen. And lastly,
And my name is Mary May. I played Avanya, and my heart hurts right now. But thanks, this was fun. I'm gonna lie down for like 2 hours.
and thanks, huge thanks to everyone who has participated in the entirety of this rescue process. Thanks to Julian for hosting the fantastic Spectral Torch mission. Huge credit to Mary May for her amazing contributions as the antagonist of this mission and protagonist of the last. And to Detour for Goroth's death and for his contribution to this. And with that, my name is Robbie Howell, and ciao for now.